Chapter 862. During this period of time, Taiyuan Mountain, which was located on the shore of Penglai, was very lively. The fishermen on the beach hadn't seen anyone enter or leave Taiyuan Mountain for many years. However, ever since the purple cloud on the mountain dissipated, people started to enter Taiyuan Mountain one after another. A few days ago, a large group of hunters was stationed in the mountains. However, unlike the barbarian hunters that the villagers were afraid of, these hunters under the banner of Sky Attack were well-trained and never disturbed the villagers. Even when they occasionally came to buy some daily necessities, they were also very respectful. The hunters told the fishermen that they were here to repair the ruins of Taiyuan Mountain. In the future, they would take root here. During this period, Penglai also sent some summoners over. They claimed that Taiyuan Mountain was their territory. However, the summoners, who were usually insufferably arrogant, heard a furious roar the moment they entered the mountain. In the sky, a martialist with a booming voice had chased all the summoners out of the summoning court single-handedly. After that, some people dressed as commoners also moved into Taiyuan Mountain. Taiyuan Mountain, which had been abandoned for many years, gradually became lively again. The fishermen also had good neighbors again. On this day, not long after the sun rose, the newly repaired Taiyuan Castle stood majestically in the forest. It was like a pearl on a crown, shining brightly. Outside the castle, the hunters of the Sky Attack Hunting Corps were doing their daily training. Suddenly, a thunderous roar sounded. It was like a spring thunder that exploded in spring. The newly repaired castle shook 3 times. The former martial saint of Zhou State, who was now the temporary mayor of Taiyuan City, Yun Ba, was jumping around in the castle early in the morning. He shouted at the top of his lungs and cursed the ancestors of the Zhou State emperor. The hunters who were still training were not surprised. This voice was unique in the world. It must be the leader's father, Yun Ba, Old General Yun. Speaking of Old General Yun, as the Grand Marshal of Zhou State's military, he was used to going into battle and giving orders. His voice was as loud as a gong. Ever since he moved out of Zhou State and entered Taiyuan City, Old General Yun's mood had always been very good. The heavens were high, and the emperor was far away. Yun Ba had never lived so smoothly in his life as these past few days. From time to time, he would even hum a few tuneless words. However, something was clearly wrong today. Around dawn, the leader and his wife rushed over with anxious expressions. No one knew what news they brought that made Old General Yun so angry early in the morning. The reason why Yun Ba was so angry was because of an imperial edict brought by Yun Songlong. "How dare that kid, ye by mortals us father, I'm going to cripple him." This imperial edict had now been plastered all over the bulletin boards of the Great Zhou dynasty. It was written in black and white that the entire Yun residence had disobeyed. Yi Baiming had written a letter to announce to the world that his engagement with Yun Sheng of the Yun residence had been dissolved. Once this news came out, it caused a stir in the imperial court. Who was Yun Sheng? She was Yun Ba's granddaughter, who had just returned to the Yun residence in a high-profile manner a few years ago. Although Yun Ba was no longer a martial sage of Zhou State, the Yun residence had 2 martial sages and a sky magus, like Yun Songhai. Yun Sheng herself had even entered the magic elite camp to further her studies. The matter of her and Yi Baiming divorcing before marriage had instantly caused a stir in the city. "Father, don't be angry. Sheng Er's marriage was decided in a hurry." Big Brother also said earlier that he didn't approve of the marriage. Seeing Yun Ba's anger, Yun Songlong could only console him from the side. Do you think I'm very satisfied with that kid, Yi Baiming? I already said that kid isn't reliable. He's so good-looking, so he must be strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Our Sheng is capable and beautiful. Those who want to marry her can line up from the top of Taiyuan Mountain to the foot of Taiyuan Mountain. Yun Ba fumed with rage. In his eyes, his precious granddaughter was a fairy from the heavens. That kid, Yi Baiming, actually divorced before marriage? What right did he have? Was he even worthy? That guy over there, that red-haired brat from Hochin who wanted to marry our Sheng Er. And that guy over there, Sheng Er's childhood sweetheart. Yunba listed them one by one, afraid that others wouldn't know how popular his granddaughter was. Old General, please calm down. This matter was decided by the Emperor of Zhou State. Lord Baiming only found out about it after the fact. Just as Yunba was fuming, Zhou Qingchuan was brought in. When Yunsheng left Taiyuan Mountain, she entrusted Zhou Qingchuan to help repair Taiyuan City. It was also thanks to the everlasting trade union's airships and large numbers of craftsmen that Taiyuan City could be restored to its original state in such a short time. Zhou Qingchuan and Yunba were already very familiar with each other. Seeing that there were outsiders present, Yunba couldn't flare up anymore. However, he still had a belly full of anger towards Yi Baiming. Don't try to persuade me. This old man just doesn't like the father and son from Great Zhou. Yi Qingtian is an ingrate. How good can his son be? Yunba's anger flared up the moment he said this. Old General Yun, I came here today to persuade you. I won't hide it from you. Lord Baiming and I can be considered close friends. Here is a letter that he wants me to personally pass to Yunsheng. However, I don't have any news about Yunsheng, so I can only pass this letter to the two of you. I hope that after reading this letter, you will understand Lord Baiming's intentions. After saying this, Zhou Qingchuan took out a letter. Zhou Qingchuan had only found out yesterday that Yi Baiming had divorced Yunsheng before marriage. At that time, his shock was no less than that of the father and son from the Yun family. He even went to personally question Yi Baiming. Zhou Qingchuan didn't hide anything and told Yi Baiming about his feelings towards Yunsheng. Lord Baiming, although we are business partners, I have always seen you as a brother. I met you first, and Yunsheng later. However, I am also sincere towards Yunsheng. I once wanted to marry Yunsheng, but you were one step ahead of me. I have no complaints about losing to you. However, if you let Yunsheng down, then our brotherhood will end here. After hearing Zhou Qingchuan's words, Yi Baiming was moved. The answer he gave Zhou Qingchuan was in that letter. After hearing Zhou Qingchuan's explanation, Yunba's expression calmed down a little, but he still didn't calm down. I want to see what else that brat has to say. Yunba angrily opened Yi Baiming's letter. When he saw the words on the letter, even a veteran like Yunba couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. There were only 8 words on Yi Baiming's letter. Yi Baiming actually wanted to he wrote the divorce letter and the letter. How would I know which one is true and which one is false? Yunba was still somewhat dissatisfied. The one who had lost face was his granddaughter. After this incident, who would dare to marry Yunsheng in the future? Old General Yun, Commander Yun, we only need to give Lord Baiming 3 more months, and the truth will come to light. Zhou Qingchuan believed that if anyone else saw this letter, they wouldn't believe it. However, he believed it. If Yi Baiming said he would do it, then he would definitely do it. After reading those 8 words, Zhou Qingchuan was completely relieved. In this world, perhaps only Yi Baiming would dare to say those 8 words. Yunsheng was lucky to have Yi Baiming. Chapter 863. After Zhou Qingchuan left, the father and son of the Yun family were both speechless and lost in their own thoughts. Father, why don't you give the North Nether King 3 months? This son thinks that the North Nether King isn't a heartless person. Yun Songlong had interacted with Yi Baiming a few times before and had a good impression of Yi Baiming. That brat better keep his word. Otherwise, this old man won't let him off even if I have to risk my life. However, since that dog of an emperor dared to publicly humiliate the Yun residents, it's time to teach him a lesson. Yunba stroked his beard as a malicious smile appeared on his face. Yi Qingtian, you dog emperor. You can bully anyone, but you shouldn't bully this old man's granddaughter. I'll let you see the consequences of offending me, Yunba. Yunsheng didn't see Yi Baiming's letter. Divorcing before marriage and announcing such a big matter to the world, Yunsheng, who was trapped in the later Qin, was completely unaware. After Crown Prince Dugu and his entourage passed through Ao River, they headed straight for later Qin's Fengdu. Among the 5 nations of the boundless continent, later Qin had the largest territory. However, later Qin's soil was also the most barren. It was different from Jiangnan in the eastern capital. The further one went into later Qin, the less vegetation there was. In some places, it was even a barren desert. Due to the barren soil and the large number of demonic beasts, later Qin had very few crops. It was also because of such harsh living conditions that the citizens of later Qin were much more ferocious than the citizens of the other 4 nations and 1 capital. This could be seen from the fact that the ordinary people on the streets were equipped with all kinds of weapons. When they found out that the crown prince of later Qin had brought his future crown princess back to the capital, the citizens were already lining the streets to welcome her. The moment they entered the city, they heard thunderous cheers. From time to time, there would be shouts of, "Long live the crown prince," and "Long live the crown prince." Even though they were separated by the curtain of the phoenix carriage, Yunsheng could still see the crowd on the streets, their cheers thunderous. It was hard to tell that Duguxiu was quite popular in later Qin. Yunsheng did not know that later Qin worshipped martial arts. For the people of later Qin, they looked down on the weak and chased after the strong. Later Qin's crown prince, Duguxiu, was not even 20 years old. He was already a martial emperor expert. Naturally, his reputation in later Qin was very high. Walking along the street, Yunsheng took the opportunity to observe the later Qin people on both sides of the street. She found that not only were there men here, but even the women had bright eyes. It was obvious that they had learned some martial arts. Even some children in the crowd who were only a few years old had cultivation equivalent to that of a martial arts student in Zhou State. What a terrifying later Qin. As expected, everyone is a soldier. Compared to the later Qin, the people of Zhou State are too weak. Yunsheng couldn't help frowning. She was born in Zhou State. Although the dog emperor of Zhou State wasn't very virtuous, he couldn't help but be biased towards the people of Zhou State. Under the welcome of the crowd, the phoenix carriage had no choice but to slow down and turn into a fork in the road. Yunsheng looked at the side of the road and saw a magnificent building that took up half of the street. It was still far from the imperial palace. What was the origin of this building? Just as Yunsheng was thinking, a voice beside the carriage said, "That is the Big Dipper Martial Arts Hall. It is the #1 martial arts hall in later Qin." Later Qin's Big Dipper Martial Arts Hall and Zhou State's Wuxuan Wuji Martial Arts Hall were known as the 2 largest martial arts halls in the country. These 2 places were also the main training grounds for martial artists in later Qin and Zhou State. For example, Duguxiu and many other princes and princesses of later Qin had studied in the Big Dipper Martial Arts Hall when they were young. The person who spoke was Duguxiu. After he entered the city, he changed to a pure black horse and rode at the front of the carriage. He greeted the people of later Qin while slowing down and following beside the phoenix carriage. Duguxiu explained, but Yunsheng didn't reply. In the eyes of the people of later Qin, it was as if Crown Prince Dugu was accompanying the Crown Princess to tour the imperial capital. In this way, it created the illusion that the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess were very loving. Duguxiu's explanation was one thing, but his expression was neither hot nor cold. He also maintained a distance from the phoenix carriage. Due to Yunsheng's understanding earlier, Duguxiu had a cool expression on his face the entire way. He wasn't even willing to say a word to Yunsheng. The escorting blood iron guards were also on tenterhooks, afraid that the crown prince would vent his anger on them if he was unhappy. Duguxiu was a martial arts maniac. Whenever he was in a bad mood, he would find his personal bodyguards to practice his martial arts. With his current cultivation, even if those bodyguards fought with all their might, they would only be able to become punching bags. Seeing that the crown prince's mood had improved, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They prayed for Buddha in their hearts, hoping to reach the crown prince's residence quickly. Unexpectedly, after entering the imperial capital of later Qin, when the carriage headed straight for the imperial palace of later Qin's imperial palace, an internal court eunuch hurriedly came to report. "Crown Prince, you've returned. His Majesty requests for you to quickly make a trip to the throne room. He has important matters to discuss." At this moment, the bridal carriage had just arrived outside the imperial palace of later Qin's imperial palace. Duguxiu had no choice but to order the carriage to stop. He muttered to himself for a moment and didn't agree. It had to be known that as the crown prince's first wife, Duguxiu was very particular about whether or not he would accompany her back to the residence. If Duguxiu personally escorted the princess into the residence, it meant that he attached great importance to this future crown prince consort. However, if he abandoned her midway because of government affairs, it meant that the crown prince's treatment of the crown prince consort was very ordinary. In the later Qin's crown prince's residence, where people were eaten without spitting out the bones, Duguxiu's favor was everything. Since you have matters to attend to, crown prince, please go first. Ling and I will go to the crown prince's residence on our own, Yunsheng said from inside the phoenix carriage. This woman really didn't have the slightest bit of self-awareness. Fine. I'll let her suffer a bit and face that group of women from the crown prince's residence. In any case, there was still Qibai, so she probably wouldn't suffer too much. Duguxiu's expression darkened as he unwillingly led the group of people and galloped away. In the carriage, Madame Qibai witnessed this scene and revealed a scheming smile. She quietly called for her personal maid, go to the crown prince's residence and tell the two masters that the future crown prince consort is about to enter the residence. When the maid received the news, she immediately took a shortcut and rushed to the crown prince's residence. Yunsheng had just arrived at Yang capital, so she didn't know much about the imperial capital of later Qin and the imperial minaret palace. The phoenix carriage continued to move forward and entered the imperial palace. Unlike the other countries on the continent, the later Qin's residences, whether it was the crown prince's residence or the princes who had received titles, were all built in the imperial minaret palace of later Qin. Later Qin's Emperor Duguxiu's residence was located to the east of the imperial minaret palace. Duguxiu's crown prince residence was located to the west, and the princes with meritorious service lived to the south. The northernmost resided the untitled and underage princes and princesses. The crown prince's carriage had just entered the main entrance of the imperial palace when the atmosphere in the residence was already tense. In the two courtyards of the crown prince's residence, two women had already received the news. Chapter 864. The first person to receive the news was Madame Li, who lived in Pear Garden. Madame Li was the princess of Tang Yuan that Madame Qibai had mentioned earlier. Just like the courtyard she lived in, Madame Li was 18 years old. Her eyes were like spring water, and her skin was delicate. Every frown and smile of hers carried the elegance of a woman from Jiangnan. However, at this moment, Madame Li's face didn't have her usual delicate appearance. She held a magic scepter in her hand, and her watery eyes were filled with hatred. Where did this lowly commoner come from? How dare she call herself the crown prince's wife? Madame Li thought that she was the princess of Tang Yuan and married Duguxiu in the hope that one day, Duguxiu would inherit the throne of the later Qin dynasty, and she would one day become the empress of the later Qin dynasty. Who would have thought that Dong Huangsheng would appear out of nowhere? Princess, don't be angry. Look, the crown prince didn't even accompany the crown prince's wife into the palace. I think he only treats her like this. How can it be compared to when the crown prince personally welcomed you into the palace? Madame Li's maidservant comforted her. That's right. That woman is just a wild girl that was just found by the commoners. How can she be compared to me, a real princess? Servants, dress me up. I want to let that lowly commoner see who is the real princess. Madame Li's maidservants hurriedly dressed Madame Li up. In another courtyard adjacent to Madame Li's pear garden, carving feather garden, there was another scene. Different from the delicate Madame Li, this woman was dressed in riding attire with a tight belt. Her figure was lithe and vigorous, and she was full of heroic spirit. She was holding a feathered emperor eagle in her hand. The woman was taking a piece of demonic beast meat from her maidservant and feeding it. Master, the crown prince's wife is about to enter the residence. What do you think? The feathered emperor eagle pecked the demonic beast meat on the woman's hand. There's no hurry. Naturally, someone will rush to test her. The heroic woman sneered. She looked in the direction of Pear Garden, and a disdainful smile appeared on her face. Madame Qing had already asked around. This crown prince's wife didn't know martial arts or magic. The only identity she had was the princess of the eastern capital. This woman was the same as Madame Li in Pear Garden. They were just chess pieces that the crown prince's cousin placed to consolidate his position. Cousin Dugu would soon grow tired of this so-called crown prince consort. Later, Qin Imperial Palace was very big. Yunsheng's phoenix carriage traveled for more than half an hour before it stopped in front of a mansion. 6 stone beasts stood at the entrance of the mansion, giving off a solemn atmosphere. Your Royal Highness, the crown prince's residence is just up ahead. This subject is a male, and since the crown prince is not here, it is inappropriate for me to enter the residence. I can only escort you here. Dugu Qian respectfully excused himself from Yunsheng. He spoke sincerely, but Yunsheng could clearly see the look in his eyes that he was waiting to watch a good show. Many thanks to Second Prince. When there is time in the future, this consort will naturally pay a visit to Second Prince's residence. Yunsheng's back was already aching from sitting in the carriage. Right now, she just wanted to get off the carriage and rest. On the way here, Yunsheng had seen everything clearly. Later, Qin Imperial Palace was easy to defend and hard to attack. Every 10 steps, there would be a sentry, and every 20 steps, there would be a sentry. The security was very tight. If one wanted to escape, they would need to plan carefully. After making a turn, the Phoenix carriage finally stopped. Yunsheng and Dong Huangling got off the carriage. The moment Dong Huangling got off the carriage, her brows were tightly knitted together. What is going on? The crown prince consort is actually going to enter the residence at such a place? The imposing entrance was already gone. It was no wonder that Dong Huangling's expression changed. The place that she and Yunsheng were currently at was actually a very inconspicuous side door of the crown prince's residence. A horse-faced and big-footed old woman was standing at the entrance. Greetings, Princess. The head steward said that Princess has been rushing all the way here and has already prepared a courtyard for Princess. Princess, please follow this old servant inside. The big-footed old woman took a glance behind Yunsheng. Other than Dong Huangling, who was disguised as a maid, there weren't any other guards or maids around. From the looks of it, the guards and maids looked very cold. Of the 2 consorts in the residence, which one of them didn't have a palanquin carried by 8 people when they entered the residence? Everyone was escorted by attendants, and everyone was rewarded. Just like what the rumors said, this second princess was just a commoner who wasn't favored by the crown prince. Dong Huangling didn't know what kind of luck she had that allowed her to become a phoenix. The big-footed old woman was dissatisfied. Unwillingly, she brought Yunsheng and Dong Huangling into the crown prince's residence. After making many turns, they finally arrived at a courtyard. It was a dilapidated courtyard, and the name of the courtyard was Snow-Treading Courtyard. This snow-treading courtyard was just like its name. The courtyard was facing the north side, and moss had already grown out of the ground. Out of the 365 days in a year, there would be over 300 days where the sun couldn't be seen. The house was dilapidated, and the courtyard was overgrown with weeds. Fallen leaves were all over the ground. With just a glance, one could tell that this place had never been cleaned. What the hell is this place? Dong Huangling couldn't bear it anymore. The people in the crown prince's residence are clearly trying to ostracize us. Haha, princess, there are a lot of people in the crown prince's residence. Right now, other than the crown prince's Yuxuan, the other courtyards are all full. It wouldn't be good for you to squeeze into the same courtyard as the others. Just stay in Snow-Treading Courtyard for a few months. No matter what, this is still a courtyard. Those stray cats and dogs in the crown prince's residence all love to come here. The big-footed old woman cursed in her heart. God knows if the crown prince will still want you after a few months. Dong Huangling still wanted to throw a tantrum. However, Yunsheng shook her head, pushed open the courtyard's door, and walked into the courtyard. Right after entering the courtyard, a brazier was placed on the ground. What's with this brazier? When Dong Huangling saw the brazier, she couldn't help but get angry. Reporting to Princess, I heard that princess was wandering among the commoners in her early years. Later, Qin, there was a saying that commoners were unlucky and would harm the crown prince's good fortune. Thus, one must cross this brazier of riches and get rid of their bad luck before being able to enter the crown prince's residence. Beside the side door, a big-footed old woman with a long face said with a sharp voice. What she was implying was that Dong Huangsheng was of commoner origin and that it was hard for her to enter the crown prince's residence. Oh, since that's the case, then I will have to get rid of my bad luck. Yunsheng smiled and walked to the front of the brazier. The flames in the brazier were reflected in her eyes, flickering. When the big-footed old woman saw Dong Huangling she thought that she would be able to go to Concubine Li's place to receive a reward. Hey, my pearl hairpin fell into the brazier. Whoever can help me find it, I will reward them with 10 gold coins. That is the pearl hairpin that the crown prince gave to me. Yunsheng raised her leg and was about to step over the brazier when she suddenly cried out in surprise. When the big-footed old woman heard that she would be rewarded with gold coins, she hurriedly went forward and said, "This old servant will help Princess look for it." She bent down and was about to go look for it. Yunsheng sneered behind her back. Her black eyes stared at the fire in the brazier, and her eyes slightly narrowed. As if a ladle of oil had been poured onto the brazier, the fire in the brazier suddenly jumped up. Before the big-footed old woman could react, 2 hands appeared behind her. Yunsheng fiercely kicked the big-footed old woman's buttocks. The big-footed old woman was caught off guard and fell face first onto the brazier. Chapter 865. The fire was burning fiercely, and it climbed from her clothes to her hair. The fire was also strange. No matter how they tried to extinguish it, the fire didn't seem to be getting smaller. On the contrary, it was getting bigger and bigger. The big-footed woman was screaming from the fire, and the skin on her face was getting burned. "It's burning me to death. Help!" The big-footed woman screamed and rolled on the ground, trying to extinguish the fire on her body. This is bad. Quickly, put out the fire." Right after Yunsheng spoke, Dong Huanglinger immediately understood what Yunsheng meant. While shouting for help, the 2 of them rushed forward. They kicked one after another, stomping and kicking the woman. Although the 2 of them hadn't recovered their magic power, they didn't forget the skills they learned from the dark gold-ranked teacher. They kicked the vital parts of the woman. They were ruthless and accurate. The big-footed woman was already screaming in pain from the fire. After being attacked by the 2 of them, she fainted in no time. She couldn't even make a sound. The few people who had been lying in ambush outside the snowy gardens, waiting to watch the show, heard the commotion and quickly rushed in. Outside the courtyard, a series of messy footsteps could be heard. Someone rushed in. The person in the lead was a young lady wearing a pear blossom green smoke shirt. She had an arrogant expression on her face. When she entered the courtyard, she saw the brazier overturned and the big-footed woman's face was burned beyond recognition. She instantly frowned. "How dare you beat Nanny He?" The young lady raised her eyebrows and reprimanded angrily. This big-footed woman was an etiquette instructor that she brought into the crown prince's residence. Normally, when the maids and officials saw her in the residence, they would all be respectful.
"How dare you?"
"Who are you? How dare you speak to the crown prince consort like this?" Madame Li had just spoken when she saw the woman standing in front of her. Madame Li believed that she was an outstanding beauty. However, although the woman in front of her was dressed as an attendant, her appearance and temperament weren't inferior to Madame Li, who was born as Princess Tang Yuan. "You are? Men, drag this blind bitch away and flog her to death." However, when she saw the other party's appearance, Madame Li became even angrier. "Damn it, even a maid who is part of the dowry looks so troublesome. This maid actually dared to talk back to me." "Stop." A cold female voice made everyone in the courtyard stop what they were doing. Everyone's gaze landed on a woman not far away. The woman's voice was as cold as the winter wind as she stood in the courtyard without any sunlight. She was dressed in a fiery red dress, with pitch-black eyes, snow-white skin, and flawless facial features. Her entire being was as cold as snow, but her face was like the scorching summer sun, lighting up the entire remote courtyard. Madame Li's pupils constricted, as if she had been blinded by the woman's beauty. Was she the princess of the eastern capital? That lowly princess from the common folk? Madame Li's gaze landed on the red dress with phoenix feathers on Yunqing's body. After recognizing the dress, Madame Li's jealousy grew crazily, like wild grass. It was a dress made of lawn feathers. A year ago, Prince Dugu had found a saint-ranked fire feather lawn while hunting at the border. This type of lawn was extremely rare. At that time, Prince Dugu had only managed to hunt one. Even the Emperor of Zhou State and Empress Qing hadn't managed to get a fire feather lawn. Madame Li didn't expect that this dress made of fire feather lawn's feathers would be given to Dong Huangsheng. Dong Huangsheng, how dare you stop me? Madame Li stared at Yunqing's face, and there was only jealousy and hatred left to her eyes. She originally thought that a cowardly crown prince consort had arrived, but who knew that this princess from the eastern capital wasn't a good person either. As soon as Madame Li finished speaking, the maids beside her swarmed forward and surrounded Yunsheng and Dong Huangling. Madame Li came prepared today. The maids that she brought along were all selected from Tangyuan back then. They were either skilled in martial arts or magic. So what if I'm capable? Let me ask you, who are you and who am I? Facing such a situation, Yunsheng didn't get angry. Instead, she smiled, and there was a hint of beauty in her eyes. Her already beautiful face flashed with a magnificence that made people unable to help but raise their eyebrows. You, me. With just one sentence, Yunsheng made Madame Li speechless. You can't answer me? Let me tell you then. I, Dong Huangsheng, am the future crown prince consort that was personally brought over by Dugu, the crown prince of Qin. You, Madame Li, are a concubine in the crown prince's residence. If I say one, it means one. If I say two, it means two. Now, take you and your people and get out of Trampling Snow Garden. A hint of killing intent flashed past Yunsheng's eyes. Her voice was as cold as the winter wind, making people tremble with fear. Madame Li, who was originally arrogant, couldn't help but feel ashamed. Indeed, in terms of status, she wasn't as good as Yunsheng. However, she definitely wouldn't let the matter of Trampling Snow Garden go. When the crown prince comes back, see how'll deal with you. Madame Li stomped her feet and left with Nanny He, along with a group of maids. The group of people walked out of Trampling Snow Garden in a single file. Outside Trampling Snow Garden, Madame Qi Bai was playing with a small golden python in her hand. Seeing Madame Li rush out angrily, she pursed her lips and scolded softly, "Useless thing." Madame Qi Bai looked up at the sky and saw a large eagle flying over. She pursed her lips and smiled. The large eagle flew into Feathered Eagle Garden. Dugu Xiu's other concubine, Madame Qing, raised her hand, and the large eagle landed on her arm. The large eagle cooed a few times. Madame Qing couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Big guy, are you saying that Madame Li was chased out? Madame Qing originally wanted to see how Madame Li would deal with the future crown prince consort. She didn't expect that the legendary commoner princess, who didn't know magic or martial arts, would be so difficult to deal with. Well, there are still 3 months before the crown prince's wedding. With Madame Li's personality, she definitely won't let it go. Madame Qing thought. It seemed that she had to find a chance to meet this crown prince consort personally. In the throne room, the later Qin Emperor Dugusheng was having a discussion with a group of officials. Father, His Highness the Crown Prince has returned, an internal court eunuch said in a high-pitched voice. Duguxiu strode into the throne room. When Dugusheng saw him, the frown on his face eased a little. Father, what is so urgent? Duguxiu was still a little absent-minded. He left in a hurry and didn't remember that he hadn't arranged a courtyard for Yunsheng until he reached the throne room. There wasn't a suitable courtyard for Yunsheng to live in at the moment in the Crown Prince's residence. Prince Baiming of Zhou State has rebelled. Dugusheng ordered someone to pass a secret report to Duguxiu. Yi Baiming rebelled? Duguxiu was still a little confused when he heard the news. He didn't expect that after being a prince of Zhou state for so many years, Yi Baiming had tolerated the fact that Zhou state deposed a crown prince, killed a crown prince, and installed a new crown prince. He didn't rebel, but now he suddenly rebelled. But when Dugu Xiu opened the secret report, there were only 8 words on it. Dugu Xiu couldn't help but tremble when he saw those 8 words. The secret report fell to the ground. Chapter 866. I vow to marry Yun Sheng as my betrothal gift. Later Qin, when Dugu Xiu saw the words on the secret letter, his eyes were filled with anger. What a Yi Baiming! What a 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 Baiming! After waiting for so many years, Yi Baiming finally couldn't take it anymore. He swore to marry Yun Sheng as his betrothal gift. In this world, other than Yi Baiming, there was no one else who could write such lofty words. When Dugu Xiu saw this news, he was surprised but also felt that it was reasonable. But to the other people of the boundless continent, it was inconceivable. A few days ago, something happened in Zhou state that made the entire boundless continent talk about it. The North Nether monarch of Zhou state divorced Yun Sheng before marriage. However, this matter was not a big deal. As a son of the royal family, there were many cases of him falling in love with someone else. However, that wasn't the most explosive part of this incident. The most recent explosive part was that people only found out after the incident that Zhou state's Lord Baiming had divorced his fiancée. It wasn't voluntary. He had been forced to do so. Furthermore, the North Underworld Lord of Zhou state was an infatuated man. In a fit of anger, he actually rebelled. In the history of the boundless continent, Yi Baiming was the only one who could rebel so brazenly for a woman. Later on, if the Qin Emperor was able to find out about the 8 words on the secret report, then it was likely that the other countries and major powers had also found out about it. Even the commoners had begun to spread rumors that Lord Baiming of Zhou state had rebelled. Who was Lord Baiming of Zhou state? He was the youngest martial emperor of Zhou state and the dethroned crown prince of Zhou state in the early years. Why did he rebel? It wasn't for anything else. It was because the emperor of Zhou state didn't agree to his marriage with Yun Sheng, so he simply rebelled. It was said that a man would fly into a rage for a woman. This time, Yi Baiming clearly wanted to use the entire Zhou state to show his determination to Yun Sheng. Dugu Xiu's heart was in a perilous situation. He hadn't expected Yun Sheng to vent her anger on Yi Baiming after He Linlin had forced the emperor of Zhou state to annul the marriage. He thought that the Yun Sheng would vent her anger on Yi Baiming and make her give up. He thought. He Linlins, who knew that Yi Baiming would actually use such a method to give him a beautiful counterattack. But who is this Yun Sheng? According to the rumors, she seems to be the eldest granddaughter of the martial saint general. When the Emperor of Qin saw the 8 characters, he was shocked. More than that, he was thinking about how to take advantage of the internal strife in Zhou state to benefit from it. However, Dugu Sheng and the other officials in the later Qin court were also curious about who could make the dethroned crown prince, who had endured for many years, fly into a rage. What kind of beauty and gentleness did the woman have to be to make Yi Baiming of Zhou state so infatuated? But if the woman only had an outstanding appearance, it would be foolish of Lord Baiming of Zhou state to fly into a rage for her. Dugu Sheng thought so, and so did most of the other forces on the continent. They didn't know that if Yun Sheng's true identity was revealed, her status and power would be no less than Yi Baiming's. Although the residence of Yun had declined and was expelled from Zhou state, Yun Sheng's identity was very important. She was the youngest master of the Ci Antong, the deputy commander of the Heavenly Hunting Troop, and now the lord of Taiyuan City. No matter which identity she was, it was enough to make the continent change its color. Unfortunately, Yun Sheng was a low-key person. When she did things, she had always been secretive and secretive. Therefore, the outside world's understanding of her was only that of the eldest legitimate granddaughter of the Yun family. They all thought that she was still under the protection of Yun Ba and Yun Songlong. But one thing was certain. The culprit of the rebellion in Zhou state was that woman named Yun Sheng. Later Qin Emperor Dugusheng would never know that Yunsheng, who plunged Zhou state into chaos, was now in Duguxiu's crown prince residence. Duguxiu was depressed to hear this. Yi Baiming's move had completely disrupted his plan. Right now, many forces on the continent were inquiring about Yunsheng, hoping to capture Yunsheng to threaten the residence of Yun and Lord Baiming. It seemed that he had to be very careful. He couldn't let anyone know that Dong Huangsheng was an imposter. Even though his heart was in turmoil, Duguxiu's expression remained unchanged. Imperial Father, this son thinks that this is an excellent opportunity. That's right. Strictly guard the borders and monitor the movements of Zhou State's garrison. My son, I'll have to trouble you for a while. Your wedding is near, and I'm afraid you'll have to neglect Princess Dong Huang. How about this? I'll hold a banquet in the palace in 3 days. You can bring the princess and the other women to the palace. Dugusheng just remembered that today was the day Duguxiu would welcome the dowager concubine into the residence. Duguxiu was still in his cavalry uniform. Obviously, he hadn't entered the residence yet. As the emperor, Dugusheng had heard a thing or two about the women in the crown prince residence. As a father, he had to take the opportunity to meet his daughter-in-law. Yes, your majesty. Duguxiu was also guessing the situation in the crown prince residence. Yi Baiming had rebelled. This must not reach Yunsheng's ears. In the crown prince residence, Yunsheng, who had become a femme fatale in the eyes of the people on the continent, had no idea. After Yunsheng and Dong Huang drove Madame Li away, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Tisk, she's just a Saint Magus. If it weren't for the fact that we can't use our magic, she wouldn't have the chance to be so arrogant. Dong Huang was a little discouraged. She felt that she was just a paper tiger that could be easily broken. Not only could she not help Yunsheng, but she would also be a burden to her. The more she thought about it, the more she regretted it. If it weren't for her, Yunsheng wouldn't have fallen into Duguxiu's hands. There was nothing in this dilapidated courtyard. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as a house with only 4 walls. It's fine. Yunsheng looked around. Linger, let's tidy up the courtyard first. It's much more useful than you think. Linger didn't think much of it. What's so special about a dilapidated courtyard? The two busied themselves for a while. It was only around sunset that they finished tidying up the courtyard. It was barely habitable. Duguxiu returned to the crown prince's residence. Just as he entered the residence, he heard the sound of crying. Madame Li's eyes were red and swollen. She sobbed and jumped into Duguxiu's embrace. She was like a pear blossom in the rain, her small face full of grief. Crown Prince, you must seek justice for Huali. Madame Li's surname was Li Huali. She had tears in her eyes, and she looked like a pear blossom in the rain. What's wrong? You and Qingqiang are fighting again. Duguxiu was in a bad mood because of Yi Baiming's matter. When he saw Li Huali's appearance, he felt a headache. The group of women in the crown prince's residence were all very strong. This was especially true for Li Huali and Qingqiang. The two of them usually formed cliques. In the residence, as long as he stayed in one of them's rooms for an extra night, the next morning, the other person would come looking for him. Arms akimbo, we foxes are very strong. Everyone, happy winter solstice. Thank you to the people who have been tipping me for the past few days. Thank you to everyone for tipping me. Chapter 867. Right now, Duguxiu's mind was filled with thoughts of taking a look. Yunsheng wasn't used to living in the crown prince's residence, and after Li Huali made such a scene, she became even more irritated. Crown Prince, it's not Qingqiang, it's her, it's Princess Dong Huang who just entered the residence. Granny, he was kind enough to send her to a new courtyard, but she purposely made trouble for her. Just because she is the future crown prince's wife, the moment she entered the residence, she severely injured Granny He. After all, she is Huali's nanny. Li Huali used a good tactic. While crying, she ordered the servants to carry Granny He over. Granny He was burned by Yunsheng's spirit hellfire, and she was kicked and beaten by Dong Huangling. Luckily, Li Huali used an elixir to save Granny He's life. However, the burns caused by the spirit hellfire couldn't be healed by ordinary elixirs. Especially when Granny He's head was facing downwards at that time, her entire head was lying on top of the brazier. Right now, Granny He's body was badly mutilated, and it was too horrible to look at. Li Huali didn't believe that the Crown Prince wouldn't teach Dong Huangsheng a lesson when Granny He was in such a state. Duguxiu looked at Granny He with disgust, then asked in a deep voice, "Where's the princess?" Seeing Duguxiu's expression, Li Huali thought that he was going to teach Dong Huangsheng a lesson. Thus, she quickly smiled and said, "She and her servant are in the snow garden." Who knew that when Duguxiu heard that, his expression became as cold as the winter's frost. His lips that were as thin as a blade squeezed out a few words. "Where did you say she is?" "Snow garden, that kind of place. Is it a place where people can live?" Although Duguxiu wasn't in the residence most of the time, he knew everything that happened in the Crown Prince's residence like the back of his hand. Normally, he didn't say anything because he was too lazy to care about these trivial matters between women. Moreover, Madame Chibai was there. With her around, no matter how much trouble there was in the Crown Prince's residence, they wouldn't be able to do anything. However, he didn't expect that Li Huali would be so blind as to let Yunxing stay in the snow garden. Snow Garden was the most remote place in the north of the Crown Prince's residence, and it was the place where the servants who didn't follow the rules were locked. Previously, there were also some concubines who didn't follow the rules, and they were executed in the Snow Garden. Snow Garden. That place. That place. Duguxiu's expression changed. Taksha Gardens? Li Huali sensed that something was wrong from Duguxiu's tone. The Crown Prince seemed angry. That's not right. She must be mistaken. Since the Crown Prince abandoned that woman and let her return home alone, he shouldn't like that woman. Who gave you the guts to let her live there? Duguxiu roared angrily. He kicked Mama He in the chest, and there was a terrible sound of internal organs bursting. Mother He's eyes rolled back, and she immediately stopped breathing. "Men, go to the snow-treading garden." Duguxiu's entire body was wrapped in cold air. He glanced at Li Huali maliciously and led a few attendants towards the snow-treading garden like the wind. Li Huali was so scared that she trembled. She had never seen the Crown Prince so angry before. In the dark, a large condor flew up and returned to the feathered condor garden. "Congratulations, Master. This time, Li Huali has suffered a big setback." Ching Chong's attendants were happy. "What is there to congratulate? Let's go and take a look at the snow-treading garden. It seems that there is a need to meet the new princess." Ching Chong's expression wasn't very good. She was Duguxiu's cousin. She had grown up with Duguxiu since he was young. She thought that she knew this crown prince well, but she didn't know him well. When he abandoned Dong Huangsheng at the entrance of the palace, it showed that he didn't care about that woman. However, he was so angry tonight, and it seemed that Ching Chong sensed that Dong Huangsheng was very special to Duguxiu. This woman might become the biggest obstacle to her becoming the Empress of the later Qin dynasty. If she was sure of this, she would definitely take action to get rid of Dong Huangsheng. Duguxiu and the others quickly walked towards the snow-treading garden. If it wasn't for Yunsheng, Duguxiu would probably never come to a place like the snow-treading garden. Along the way, they didn't even see any illumination spells. Under the dim yellow light, the cold and desolate little courtyard seemed a little bleak. Duguxiu couldn't help but stop. He felt a bit nervous. He regretted abandoning Yunsheng in the morning. He pushed open the door and was about to enter the courtyard. Whoosh! A row of cold lights swept past. Duguxiu's eyes narrowed. He nimbly jumped back and dodged the row of cold lights. He then took another step forward. Who knew that a green mist would suddenly spurt out? Just by looking at the color of the mist, one could tell that the mist was poisonous. Duguxiu snorted. He waved his sleeves, and his sleeves swelled up. His duki was like a flood, cleanly swallowing the mist. Duguxiu dodged quickly enough. However, one of the guards behind him wasn't so lucky. He was coincidentally hit by a hidden thorn. His face turned pale, and he lost consciousness. He then fell onto the ground. Dong Huangsheng, what the hell are you doing? If it wasn't for the fact that the decorations in the courtyard didn't change much, Duguxiu would have really doubted if he was still in the snow-treading garden. I already said that we need to move a bit. Also, the number of throat-sealing tree isn't enough, and the poison of the snake breath grass isn't enough. At the corner of the wall, two people were squatting down. Duguxiu took a closer look. They were Yunsheng and Dong Huangling. The two of them weren't surprised at Duguxiu's intrusion at all. They were currently discussing the plants in the courtyard with great interest. When Yunsheng entered the snow-treading garden, she already felt that this garden wasn't simple. It wasn't that the yin energy in this place was heavy. Yunsheng had the elf hellfire. No matter how gloomy this place was, it wouldn't affect her at all. What made Yunsheng surprised was that the plants in this place were very special. Later Qin's soil was barren, and most of the soil wasn't fertile. However, this snow-treading garden was different. Because many of the corpses of the crown prince's servants and concubines were buried here, the soil here was abnormally fertile. In addition, it was shady all year round. Thus, the plants that grew here had unknowingly mutated and became demonic plants. Among them, there was the throat-sealing tree. This kind of tree could shoot out blood thorns, and once it saw blood, it would cause people to fall into a deep coma. There was also a type of poisonous grass called the snake breath grass. Once it heard any movements, it would shoot out poisonous gas like a poisonous snake. If people didn't take precautions, they would easily fall into the trap. Not only that, Yunsheng also placed all kinds of traps that she learned in Banana Leaf Village in the past in every corner of the snow-treading garden. In just one afternoon, the snow-treading garden changed from the most gloomy and eerie courtyard in the Crown Prince's residence to the courtyard with the most traps. Even when Duguxiu entered, he didn't pay attention and almost fell into Yunsheng's trap. Your Highness, I'm really sorry. I forgot to place a signboard at the entrance. From today onwards, the Crown Prince is not allowed to enter. Women are not allowed to enter. Yunsheng took a glance at Duguxiu. Seeing that Duguxiu's face was filled with anger, she was secretly delighted. Duguxiu, don't think that just because you snatched away my summoning ring and sealed my soul, I won't be able to deal with you. Chapter 868. The Crown Prince is not allowed to enter, and women are not allowed to enter? Crown Prince Dugu's iron-blooded guards were all staring at each other. This future Crown Princess is too valiant, isn't she? Those women in the Crown Prince's residence, which one of them isn't like flies that saw a rotten egg, wanting nothing more than to nail the Crown Prince to death every day. But this future Crown Princess actually said that the Crown Prince is not allowed to get close to her. Duguxiu's handsome face was filled with the word stinky. You dare? Who gave you the guts to do that? Immediately move to Yu Pavilion. Duguxiu was extremely angry. With a wave of his hand, a blood-sealing throat tree at the side was pulled out of the ground by his duki. How is this a place for people to live? Could it be that if he wanted to see her again in the future, he would have to go to this damned place again? Duguxiu's roar could be heard from 1 li away. Just when Qingqiang walked into Trample's snow garden with her 2 maids, she heard the thunderous roar. A trace of astonishment flashed past her eyes. A cousin Dugu actually wants that woman to live in Yu Pavilion? How is this possible? Duguxiu likes peace and quiet, and there are only 2 maids in his courtyard. Normally, without Duguxiu's summons, other women are not allowed to enter Yu Pavilion. Not to mention spending the night, Duguxiu would always go to each of his concubines' courtyards alone and leave before the sun rises. This rule was something that even Madame Qi Bai couldn't change. But this woman called Dong Huangsheng has just entered the residence, and her cousin Duguxiu wants her to move into Yu Pavilion? Qingqiang's heroic eyebrows were tightly knitted together, and she felt even more uneasy. She stopped outside the courtyard and looked at the mess on the ground and the unconscious guard. Her expression became even more gloomy. What a Dong Huangsheng! Seems like I have underestimated this woman. Wait a moment, Crown Prince Dugu. You might not know about the customs of the East Imperial Dynasty. Before getting married, Unmarried couples should try their best not to meet each other, and they can't live together. Otherwise, there will be a bloody disaster. Dong Huangling blocked in front of Yunsheng. Duguxiu was at a loss for words. He really wanted to sweep Dong Huangling away. What kind of dog's hit rule is this? Am I supposed to marry a woman that I can only look at but not eat for 3 months? Cousin Crown Prince, Qingqiang has also heard that the Donghuang dynasty has such a custom of marriage. The princess was new here, so she must not be used to it yet. Cousin Crown Prince, don't disturb the princess. A crisp female voice drifted in from outside the courtyard. A woman in red walked in. The woman was very good-looking. Compared to Tang Yuan and Li Huali, she had a different style. She was tall and voluptuous, and her beautiful eyes were full of charm. At first glance, one could tell that she had practiced martial arts. Yunsheng didn't need to ask to know that this woman was Duguxiu's cousin, the other concubine of the crown prince's residence, Madame Qing. This woman came at the right time, but Yunsheng didn't think that this person would be so kind as to help her. But no matter what, at least this woman's appearance helped her out. The Donghuang dynasty really has such a broken rule? Duguxiu's face was filled with disbelief. This time, he had seen it clearly. He shouldn't have developed any tender feelings for Yunsheng, this naughty girl. To put it bluntly, even if he threw her into a pile of rocks, she would still be able to grow a towering tree full of vitality. It's better to believe it than not. Cousin Crown Prince, don't be anxious. The princess will marry into the family sooner or later. Qingqiang glanced at Yunsheng. Under the light, a trace of jealousy flashed past Qingqiang's eyes. It was still fine when she didn't see Yunsheng, but when she saw her, even her intestines were about to explode from jealousy. What a beauty with jade-like bones and ice-like skin. She had heard that the princess of the Donghuang dynasty was a beauty, but when she saw Dong Huangsheng today, the word beautiful was far from enough to describe her. She had already changed out of her eye-catching fire lawn dress and was now wearing a plain green robe. She didn't have any extra hairpins or accessories in her hair, only a simple white jade hairpin. Her bright eyes and red lips were a perfect match for her. There were many beautiful women in the crown prince's mansion, but only Dong Huangsheng had the aura of a southern woman and the heroic spirit of a northern woman. Even in front of the imposing Duguxiu, she still did things her own way. This boldness had already made Qingqiang very angry. But jealousy was one thing. Qingqiang thought about it again. No matter how beautiful a woman was, her youth was fleeting. In another 10 years, Dong Huangsheng would still be a beauty past her prime. She didn't know magic or martial arts. Such a person, even if she had Duguxiu's favor and could have a place in the crown prince's mansion, would never be able to have a place in the later Qin palace. She had already heard from her concubine that the later Qin emperor had set up a banquet to entertain Princess Donghuang 3 days later. This banquet was said to be a banquet, but in fact, it was for Duguxiu and Empress Qing to test their future daughter-in-law. As long as Dong Huangsheng was humiliated in front of everyone, her cousin would definitely dislike her. Qingqiang secretly made up her mind. She decided to go to the palace tomorrow. Although he didn't believe Yunsheng's words at all, considering that Yunsheng was still waiting to get married, Duguxiu didn't want to force her. Under Yunsheng's insistence, Duguxiu could only give up the idea of letting Yunsheng move in with him. However, he still ordered many maids and guards to tidy up the snow-treading court overnight. According to the specifications of Yu Garden, he gave Yunsheng a set of everything. In just one night, everyone in the Crown Prince's mansion knew that the Crown Prince had kicked concubine Li's wet nurse, Nanny He, to death for the sake of the new Crown Princess. Concubine Li heard that she didn't sleep well the whole night and cried in Pear Flower Garden. Although Duguxiu was temporarily stopped by the customs of the East Imperial Dynasty, there were so many guards outside the courtyard all of a sudden. It was impossible for her to do anything even if she wanted to. On the second day after Yunsheng moved into Taxia Garden, Madame Qi Bai, who had been missing for a long time, came to visit. "Your Highness, I really deserve to be beaten. Yesterday afternoon, I rushed back to the mansion and was busy with a lot of work. I actually forgot to arrange a courtyard for your highness. Madame Qi Bai was also a smart person. She was still fighting with Yun Sheng just a while ago. Now that she came to visit, she acted as if they were sisters meeting. She even brought a lot of clothes and jewelry, saying that it was a meeting gift for Yun Sheng. Seeing this, Dong Huangling was very disdainful. Did this woman come to visit or to show off? She wanted everyone to know that she was the one and only mistress of the Crown Prince's mansion. Although Qingqiang and Li Huali's status was higher than Madame Qi Bai's, in terms of real power, the two of them were still somewhat inferior to Madame Qi Bai's. Then, we'll have to trouble Madame Qi Bai. However, Ling and I have been here for a day and are bored out of our wits in the courtyard. We want to go out and take a look. Yun Sheng smiled as she received Madame Qi Bai's gift. Chapter 869. Yun Sheng didn't stand on ceremony and accepted all of them with a smile. After all, Wuxia had taken her summoning ring. Inside the beast language ring, there were still hundreds of millions of her assets and magical beasts. As for Madame Qi Bai, Yun Sheng still wanted to find out the solution to yearning for day and night from her. It was still necessary to cater to her on the surface. Your Highness wants to go shopping? That's fine. This servant also wants to buy some things for the estate. There's no harm in going shopping with your Highness. Madame Qi Bai smiled affectionately. Rather than accompanying, it was more like stalking. Madame Qi Bai's eyes darkened. Wuxia was furious after Li Huali caused a ruckus last night. He summoned her to Yuxian that very night and reprimanded her. In other words, Yun Sheng was in the Crown Prince's estate and no one was allowed to have any ideas about Yun Sheng. However, Madame Qi Bai used the wrong method to kill with a borrowed knife this time. After leaving the Crown Prince's estate, Madame Qi Bai found 2 soft palanquins and the 3 of them headed towards the busiest street in Yongdu, Vermilion Bird Avenue. Due to Yun Sheng's request to stay on the street for a while, Madame Qi Bai sent away the palanquin bearers and only brought a maidservant to accompany Yun Sheng on a stroll on Vermilion Bird Avenue. Vermilion Bird Avenue was very spacious and lined with shops on both sides. Most of the people walking on the street were martial artists. However, later Qin's public security was very strict. Even on the streets, soldiers armed with sabers could often be seen patrolling. The 3 women's appearances were very outstanding and attracted many passers-by. However, many people clearly recognized Madame Qi Bai and were quiet on the way. No one came to disturb Yun Sheng and the others. What does your Highness want to see? Later Qin isn't like Dongdu and Zhou State. The products here are somewhat barren. However, soul stones, magical beast hides, and ores are very abundant. Madame Qi Bai found it strange when she saw Yun Sheng looking left and right but not entering a shop. I want to find a medicine shop and buy some medicinal herbs. Yun Sheng smiled. Your Highness also knows medical skills? Madame Qi Bai didn't know that Yun Sheng also knew medical skills. Haha, I know a little. Yun Sheng smiled but didn't say anything. Right now, she couldn't do anything. Later Qin, everyone would know martial arts. It would be fine if she stayed in the Crown Prince's residence all the time, but if she went out, she would be in a passive situation. Yun Sheng thought for a while and decided to prepare some herbs for herself, especially poisons and the like, just in case. Since that's the case, I still have some matters to attend to. Princess only needs to meet me at Tianya Building before sunset. Madame Qi Bai had been following Yun Sheng the whole way, but she didn't see anything strange about her. In any case, as long as Yun Sheng did not get rid of her longing, she would not be able to leave the Crown Prince's residence without permission. After Yun Sheng separated from Madame Qi Bai and confirmed that no one was following them, she turned into an alley. Dong Huanglinger took out 2 bamboo hats, and after the 2 of them covered their faces, they walked out of the alley. The 2 of them went straight to the biggest pawnshop on Vermilion Bird Street. After entering the pawnshop, Yun Sheng took out all of the gold and silver accessories that Wuxia had left for her. When the shopkeeper of the pawnshop saw the dazzling jewels, he was dazzled. While the shopkeeper of the pawn shop was counting the jewels, he sized up the two of them suspiciously. From the way these two ladies acted and talked, they seemed to be from a wealthy family. These jewels couldn't have been stolen from somewhere. After using the jewels that Duga Xiu gave her, Yunsheng obtained a limitless gold card with 120,000 gold coins in it and walked out of the pawnshop. Yunsheng, are you really not going to use this chance to escape? Seeing that there was no one around, Dong Huanglinger asked in a low voice. No matter where I escape to, I will still be caught. For the past few days, Yunsheng had been researching here and there. However, she was still unable to find any clues. Yunsheng and Dong Huanglinger went to a few medicine shops and bought some medicinal herbs. Yunsheng also asked around about the limitless gold card. However, in the medicine shops in Later Qin City, not a single person had heard of the limitless gold card. When the two of them arrived in front of a weapon shop, Yunsheng could hear the sounds of hammering coming from inside the shop. Then she indicated for Dong Huanglinger to go in and take a look. Linger, right now, the two of us don't have any magic on us. We need to think of a way to defend ourselves. You go and choose a weapon, and I will also choose a suitable weapon to defend myself. The weapon shop that Yunsheng and Dong Huanglinger entered was the biggest weapon shop in Later Qin City. This weapon shop was very unique. It was divided into two parts, the inner part and the outer part. The inner part was used for forging. When standing outside, one would be able to hear the sounds of hammering. The outer part of the weapon shop was divided into many rows. There were armors, weapons, ores, and so on. In Later Qin City, martial artists liked to use all kinds of weapons. Even when women went out, they would also secretly carry some self-defense weapons with them. Therefore, the business of this weapon shop was very good. Yunsheng and Dong Huanglinger both liked to carry some small concealed weapons with them. These concealed weapons, if they were to carry some poison on them, they would become good self-defense weapons. After looking around, Dong Huanglinger chose a small and exquisite golden snake waist whip. The braid on the waist was very intricate, and when the braid was wrapped around the waist, it looked just like a belt. Yunsheng, on the other hand, didn't manage to find a suitable weapon. Feeling somewhat resentful, she prepared to leave the weapon shop. Ladies, did you not find a suitable weapon? Seeing that Yunsheng didn't buy any weapons, a manager of the weapon shop walked up to them. Although the two customers used bamboo hats to cover their appearances, one could tell that the two of them weren't ordinary people. Big brother, to tell you the truth, I want to find a bow. Unfortunately, the bows here are all too big. Yunsheng curled her lips. The people of Later Qin City were all tall and sturdy, just like the people of the north. Even the weapons that they forged were mostly the same. Just the Golden Fury bow alone weighed more than 50 kilograms. If it was her, she would still be able to fuse with the monster strength egg. But right now, she didn't have the beast language ring with her. With such a bow, wouldn't it be too heavy for her? Lady, please wait a moment. How about this? If Lady is able to pay 500 gold coins for the entrance fee, there will be an auction in Big Dipper Martial Hall in a while. Lady might be able to buy a suitable weapon from the auction. From the manager, Yunsheng found out that this weapon shop was actually opened by the number 1 Big Dipper Martial Hall in Later Qin City. The weapons sold here weren't the best. Every 10 days, Big Dipper Martial Hall would hold an auction. At that auction, a lot of rare weapons would appear. Not only weapons, but some rare combat skills would also appear at the Big Dipper auction. In order to enter the Big Dipper auction, regardless of whether one was able to buy a suitable item at the auction, one would have to pay 500 gold coins for the entrance fee. Yunsheng pondered for a moment. Seeing that it was still early and she had already bought all the medicinal herbs, she might as well go to the Big Dipper auction to take a look. Perhaps she might be able to buy something good. The two of them paid the gold coins at the manager and received 2 tickets for the auction. According to the manager's instructions, the auction would be held in Big Dipper Martial Hall. They only needed to go out and walk to the end of Vermilion Bird Avenue. Chapter 870. Yunsheng and Ling had already been strolling around for quite a while. After they bought the tickets, the sky had already darkened. On Vermilion Bird Street, most of the shops had already closed their stalls. Only at the end of Vermilion Bird Street, in front of a dojo that had 7 unique buildings, was the place that was brightly lit. Since Madame Chi Bai didn't make an appointment with them for an hour, Yun Sheng and Dong Huangling decided to go back after watching the auction. Not long after Yun Sheng and Dong Huangling got close to Big Dipper Dojo, the sound of beast hooves could be heard from the other side of Vermilion Bird Street. On Vermilion Bird Street, which could accommodate 3 horse carriages, a silver beast carriage galloped over. The carriage stopped in front of Tianya Building, and a person slowly got down from the carriage. That person was wearing a very loose red robe, and his face was also completely covered. Although his appearance couldn't be seen, a pair of extremely fox-like eyes could be seen. The men who passed by that person couldn't help but turn their heads and take a few more glances. That person waved his hand, and the coachman who was driving the carriage jumped down and carried a bag from the carriage. The bag was bulging, and it seemed like something was stuffed inside. The red-robed person carried the bag and went to a room on the 2nd floor of Tianya Building. The rooms of Tianya Building were very hidden, and every room had a magic formation set up. Whatever the people in the rooms were talking about, the people outside wouldn't be able to hear. On the 2nd floor of Tianya Building, Madame Chi Bai was tasting fragrant tea. After hearing 3 long knocks and 1 short knocks on the door, she stood up and opened the door. "You finally came." Seeing the red-robed person and the bag, Madame Chi Bai pouted her lips. It seemed like the reason why she left the residence today was to meet this red-robed person. "I'll hand her over to you. You should know how to deal with her." After the red-robed person finished speaking, he pulled off the hat that was covering his face, revealing a soul-stirring face. "Don't worry, I naturally know how to deal with her." Behind Madame Chi Bai, 2 strong maids lifted the bag and hurriedly went downstairs, disappearing into the night. Hu Linglong tidied her messy hair and drank a few mouthfuls of tea. Her eyes were probing Madame Chi Bai's body. "Silly girl, what are you looking at?" "Counting the time. We haven't seen each other for almost 10 years, right?" Madame Chi Bai complained and rolled her eyes at Hu Linglong. "I see that your face is glowing, and your heart is rippling. TSK. It seems that Duguxiu is indeed fierce." The women of the 8 Desolate tribe were very open-minded, and they did not avoid the relationship between men and women. This was especially true for the Boss Serpent and the Celestial Fox people. These kinds of races had a special cultivation method of harvesting yin to nourish yang. When encountering a warrior with powerful magic power or tyrannical fighting aura, the cultivation side could nourish their appearance and not age, becoming more and more beautiful. One of them was the concubine daughter of the Boss Serpent tribe's chief, while the other was the beloved daughter of the Fox tribe's grand elder. They were both outstanding beauties in their tribes and had been baptized together at the beast god altar when they were young, so they had a very good relationship. However, ever since Madame Chi Bai was sent to the Boundless Land, the 2 of them could only communicate through letters. A while ago, Hu Linglong suddenly contacted Madame Chi Bai and said that she wanted to make a trip to the later Qin. "Silly girl, you still have the face to talk about me. How have you been? I heard that you have taken a fancy to Green from the 9 Luan tribe." Chi Bai had also heard about Hu Linglong from her elder brother. From Madame Chi Bai's point of view, Hu Linglong was young and beautiful. Moreover, she knew the tricks of women very well. It was reasonable for her to hook up with Green. Don't talk about this anymore. I get angry when I talk about it. That brat Green doesn't understand romance at all. A few days ago, I stripped naked and climbed onto his bed. Guess what that brat did? He actually threw me into the pond along with the blanket. When Hu Linglong said this, her pair of foxy eyes were filled with anger and annoyance. Haste makes waste. Men always need to be coaxed and deceived. Don't chase after him too tightly, or else it will backfire. Was that person really in the sack just now? Chi Bai advised Hu Linglong. She thought of the sack that did not move at all, and there was still some curiosity on her face. Isn't it just that trash? This time, I will make her disappear completely, Hu Linglong said fiercely. She is the saintess of the Celestial Fox people. Aren't you afraid that the clan leader will investigate by doing this? Qi Bai shook her head because of Hu Linglong's madness. As long as she doesn't die, she will not give up the position of saintess. I will not have the chance to succeed as the new saintess. What is she better than me in? She doesn't know magic, except that her father is the clan leader of the Celestial Fox people. The most hateful thing is that the group of old fellows in the tribe still want her to marry Green. Hu Linglong's face became ugly and distorted because of jealousy. Although Hu Linglong said this, she still did not dare to make a move in the 8 Wastelands mainland. Therefore, she went around and got Green to the Boundless mainland. Then, she let Qi Bai deal with her quietly. Are you sure you can get rid of her without a trace? Hu Linglong knew that Qi Bai had some power in the later Qin, but she could not help but have some doubts. Although that trash was useless, she was the saintess of the Celestial Fox people. Her position in the Celestial Fox people was above the Celestial Fox people's chief. If this matter was exposed, she and her father would be finished. Don't worry, I have already gotten her to a place. If I remember correctly, the saintess of the Fox clan is very beautiful. I believe that the people there will be very fond of her when they see her. In a few days, she will become a man's plaything. The saintess will be defiled, and she will be humiliated by a human man. Even if she is found, she will be executed. Madame Qi Bai chuckled. That's good. I knew it was right to leave this matter to you. Hu Linglong laughed like a flower. The two of them chatted about some of the matters that happened in the tribe recently. In a certain alley in Fengdu, a man who looked like a manager was reprimanding angrily. What are you guys doing? How could you let such a good person run away? A man who looked like a martial artist said in a low voice, Second manager, we also did not expect that woman to run away when it was dark. However, we have already sent magical beasts to chase after her. We will definitely find her tomorrow morning. Rice Bucket, the reason the dojo raised you guys is to eat and not do anything. The auction will start in half an hour. If there is no one, how am I going to explain it? I invited Master Qing to personally come. He just wanted to take in 108's concubine, the manager said angrily. At this time, a man ran over and whispered in the ear of the steward. Oh, is there really such a thing? Where is she? Bring her over for me to see. After hearing the man's words, the manager's anxious expression disappeared, and he impatiently urged the man. It was truly someone giving him a pillow when he wanted to sleep. This treasure came at the right time. Madame Qi Bai's 2 maids carried the gunny sack and stealthily delivered it to the steward. Chapter 871. After seeing the 2 maids, the manager's expression relaxed a bit. He nodded his head at the 2 maids. Obviously, he was very familiar with the 2 maids and had done similar things many times. These 2 maids were the subordinates of Madame Qi Bai. Speaking of which, he and Madame Qi Bai could be considered as old acquaintances. Previously, there were a few disobedient maids and concubines in the Crown Prince's mansion, and they were all secretly dealt with through him. Later Qin's imperial family and Big Dipper martial dojo had always had a good relationship. Many princes had trained in Big Dipper martial dojo before. Therefore, even if Big Dipper martial dojo did some shady business in the dark, the imperial family would close their eyes and let it pass. However, this manager didn't expect that Madame Qi Bai had the ability to get her hands on such a high-quality product. Is the woman inside really the Celestial Fox people's woman like what you two said? The manager asked the 2 maids. Lord, don't worry. You will know after taking a look. After finishing speaking, the 2 maids opened the bag. Inside the bag was a woman wearing a white magician's robe. The woman's face was covered by her long hair, and her body was curled up. She had a tall figure and didn't look old. She looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. Her chest was moving up and down, and her skin was as white as snow. Her figure was graceful and alluring. Before the martial artist saw her face, he could already feel his blood boiling. He impatiently brushed away the long hair on the woman's face. With just a glance, the martial artist's eyes couldn't help but widen a bit. This woman is actually, as expected, she is an outstanding beauty. Here are 2,000 gold coins. Please bring it back to Madame Qi Bai. Next time, if there is such a good product, you must remember to leave it for us. The martial artist had already begun to imagine how much profit this woman would bring to him. From the other side of the alley, two men ran over. They carried the unconscious woman into a building. After seeing that the woman was taken away, the two maids left with the gold coins. At the front of the alley, Yunsheng and Dong Huanglinger walked over. They didn't know that just a moment ago, behind the alley, a dirty transaction happened. Yunsheng and Dong Huanglinger walked into the Big Dipper martial dojo. After asking around, they found out that tonight's auction would be held in the Tianshu building. Due to the auction, there were many people coming and going in the Big Dipper martial arts hall. People dressed as martial artists could be seen patrolling everywhere. Although she didn't have any magic power, Yunsheng could still keenly sense that there were martial artists with extraordinary strength hiding in every corner. It was obviously impossible for them to cause trouble at the Big Dipper auction. When he arrived outside the Tianshu building, there was a commotion behind him. He saw a luxuriously dressed man with gold and silver ornaments walking over under the escort of 5 to 6 cultivators. Those who recognized the man retreated to the side. It could be seen that this man had some status. Yunsheng and Dong Huanglinger took out their tickets and walked into the auction site. Having previously participated in the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce's auction, Yunsheng was already very familiar with the rules of the auction. She knew that the better the goods, the more likely they would be auctioned off at the end. The majority of the people weren't interested in the first auction item. The Tianshu building was the largest and most luxurious enclosed martial arts hall in the Big Dipper martial arts hall. It could accommodate up to 1,000 people to participate in the auction at the same time. On the roof, a magic array was used to simulate the shape of the Big Dipper. Gentle starlight shone down from above, making it seem as if one was under the starry sky. When Yunsheng and Dong Huanglinger entered, there were already 500 to 600 people seated in the martial arts hall. The martial artist who was escorted in earlier was seated in the front row of the VIP seats. The person who held the auction was a burly martial artist. He was wearing a gold-colored martial artist attire with a Big Dipper embroidered on the front. When almost everyone had arrived, the gold-colored martial artist opened his mouth and announced the start of the auction. He sank his chi into his dantian, and his voice was loud like a bell. The entire auction site could hear him clearly. Respected guests, welcome to the Big Dipper auction. Tonight's first auction item is a bottle of high-grade vicious chi pills. It can instantly restore one's battle chi by more than 50%. Just like what Yunsheng expected, in the early stages of the auction, the items that were being auctioned were all ordinary items. For example, the vicious chi pills that were only worth 1,000 gold coins or less only attracted a few bids. From Yunsheng's point of view, the auctioneer of the Big Dipper martial arts hall was clearly much worse than Zhou Qingchuan's previous auctioneer. Yunsheng also didn't see any weapon-type items being auctioned. She and Dong Huanglinger were somewhat dispirited. Right at this moment, perhaps because the gold-colored martial artist felt that the atmosphere in the auction site was a bit gloomy, he wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. Everyone, the next auction item is an extremely attractive item. Especially the male guests here. I guarantee that you will all be able to feast your eyes on it. While speaking, the gold-colored martial artist's eyes shone. If you have something to say, just say it. What are you being long-winded for? The man who was wearing a luxurious attire sitting in the front row of the auction site became impatient. Hee, Master Qing, don't be anxious. I guarantee that you will be satisfied with this item. This item, she is a person, an unparalleled beauty. Her starting bid is 10,000 gold coins. Yunsheng and Dong Huanglinger took a look at each other. They saw astonishment in each other's eyes. This is too much. Didn't the continent already ban the sale of slaves a long time ago? Dong Huanglinger clenched her fist and waved it around. The so-called slaves were lowly people who had lost their freedom and were sold like livestock or demonic beasts. In the boundless continent, especially in the few big countries, this kind of immoral sale of slaves had long been banned. However, in later Qin, a country with a valiant culture compared to the other countries in the continent due to the huge gap between the rich and the poor and the obstruction from the big clans and big nobles. Some of the old systems were still not changed. Big Dipper Martial Arts Hall was also very powerful. Therefore, some rich merchants and nobles liked to openly bid in places like the auction site to buy young and beautiful slaves. What Yun Sheng and Dong Huangling didn't know was that the sale of slaves was also one of the main features of Big Dipper Martial Arts Hall to attract customers. However, the price of ordinary slaves was at most 100 to 1,000 gold coins. Even if there were occasionally top-grade goods, the price wouldn't exceed 2,000 gold coins. Tonight, the price of a slave was actually 10,000 gold coins. The price was so high that it caused people to be speechless. Sure enough, as soon as that martial artist finished speaking, the martial arts dojo seemed to have exploded. However, everyone wasn't cheering. Instead, they were jeering. What the hell? A slave is actually worth 10,000 gold coins? Isn't that right? Your daddy can go to the fragrance courtyard and buy tens of women, and I don't even need 1,000 gold coins. Could it be that that woman was sculpted using the Empire's purple gold coins? Although this warrior was cursing, he still succeeded in whetting everyone's appetite. Don't be impatient. This woman isn't an ordinary person. She is a descendant of the famous Bakra orcs, a fox girl from the Celestial Fox tribe. After finishing speaking, that warrior clapped his hands. Sorry, everyone isn't very satisfied with the storyline recently. Big Fuzi, please make some adjustments. It's already the end of the year, and my brain is a bit muddled. Allow me to calm down. Chapter 872. The Celestial Fox People. When everyone heard this name, they couldn't help but stretch out their necks and look at the center of the martial arts hall. The name of the 8 desolate tribe was too famous, especially the Celestial Fox People. It was said that every woman in this tribe was a top-grade beauty. Not only were they enchanting, it was said that they also had a special soul-sucking technique that could hook a man's heart and soul, causing him to be intoxicated. The women of the Celestial Fox People could be said to be the dream lover of every man. If C could obtain a woman of the Celestial Fox People as a love slave, it would be a very honorable thing. With a crashing sound, the center of the martial arts arena caved in, and a beast cage rose up. It was a beast cage carved out of crystal. The cage was inlaid with all kinds of jade and agate. Under the effect of the starlight, it emitted a resplendent light. Inside the cage, there was a woman lying on the ground. The woman was unconscious. She was only draped in a Kunlun cloud veil. Under the veil, she was actually naked. The woman's skin was like a baby's, suffused with the color of a rose. That layer of gauze added a bit of flavor. The woman's curves were faintly discernible, and her beautiful body appeared even more alluring. That woman seemed to have a mysterious magic power, causing the male warriors present to feel their mouths and tongues dry up when they saw her. When the male warrior saw that everyone's interest had been aroused, he became even more complacent. He took a bucket of ice water and poured it into the cage. The bone-chilling water woke up the woman in the cage and also wet the cloud veil on the woman's body. The woman was like a startled chick, shivering. She raised her head, and her face was exposed in front of everyone. In an instant, the entire martial arts hall quieted down. The men's gazes became hot and greedy. In the eyes of the women, there was only jealousy and resentment. The woman who had been unconscious for several days was woken up by the bucket of ice-cold water. She was confused at first. What happened? She remembered that she had been ridiculed by someone and then secretly hid to cry. Then, she smelled a pungent smell, and then she fell into a coma. She fluttered her eyelashes and used her white fingers to block out the dazzling light. The woman felt a cooling sensation on her body. He looked at himself and realized that he was practically naked. Then, he noticed that there were countless pairs of eyes looking at him with ill intentions. Like a startled oriole, the woman let out a delicate cry. That voice was like a feather that tickled the hearts of countless male guests present. She was shocked and embarrassed. She moaned and curled up as if she wanted to bury herself underground. Yunsheng and Dong Huanglinger were dumbfounded. This was especially true for Dong Huanglinger. Under the bamboo hat, her mouth was wide open, and her mouth was wide enough to stuff an egg into. She pointed at the woman in the beast cage. Yun Sheng, that. I know what you want to say. Yun Sheng's eyes were also filled with shock. In terms of shock, no one was more shocked than her. Because the moment the celestial fox people in the cage raised her head, Yun Sheng saw her other self. They had the same black eyes and black hair. They had the same jade-like skin. Even their body size and weight were exactly the same. Apart from her aura and demeanor, the celestial fox people in the jeweled cage looked exactly the same as Yun Sheng. If they didn't speak, most people wouldn't be able to tell them apart. Something flashed through Yun Sheng's mind in an instant. When she was in the Dutian blood beast world, the woman called Hu Linglong, and the people of the celestial fox people all recognized her as the saintess at first sight. Back then, Yun Sheng didn't think too much about it. She just used this identity to rescue the people from the mainland's elite mage camp who were kidnapped. In this world, it would be difficult to find a third person who looked so similar to the two of them. Now that she thought about it, this woman who looked like her twin was very likely the saintess of the celestial fox people. It was just that this saintess was a little too strange. Yun Sheng followed everyone's gaze and sized up the celestial fox people. She was beautiful, but she didn't seem to have any fighting energy or magic. As the saintess of the Bakro orcs, she was too weak. Also, her expression was timid and shy. It was a world of difference from the arrogant and despotic Hu Linglong. More importantly, why would the saintess of the celestial fox people end up in a place like the Big Dipper auction house, where all kinds of people were mixed together? Most of the men in the auction house stared at the woman with a fanatical look, as if they couldn't wait to eat her alive. Everyone, you've all seen this woman. Her beauty is unparalleled. Furthermore, you don't have to worry about her running away because she doesn't have any fighting energy or fighting energy. The words of the auctioneer completely dispelled the worries of the male guests. One must know that although these martial artists were attracted by the woman's beauty, they still had lingering fears in their hearts. They were worried that this woman would be able to use the charming techniques of the celestial fox people, or that they would attract the revenge of the celestial fox people because they bought this woman. With that, they no longer had any misgivings. Having a woman from the celestial fox people as a concubine, just this point alone was enough to give them a lot of face. 11,000 gold coins. 12,000 gold coins. The voices of bids rose one after another. In an instant, the price of 10,000 gold coins was raised to 15,000 gold coins. In the gem cage, when the woman heard the voices of bids, she was so scared that she didn't dare to move in the slightest. Her beautiful eyes were filled with despair. She seemed to have realized where she was. But why did she suddenly come here? Yun Sheng, are you sure that she isn't related to you by blood? Dong Huanglinger asked in a low voice. Dong Huanglinger was already rejoicing that they came in while wearing bamboo hats. Thus, the people beside them didn't notice that Yun Sheng was acting strangely. I'm very sure. Back then, father only had one daughter, and that was me. Yun Sheng had directly transmigrated into the body of the baby, Yun Sheng. No matter if it was when Hu Jiusheng was pregnant or when Yun Songhai was killing enemies, there was no sign of the existence of another twin sister. Then, what should we do? She's so pitiful. When Dong Huanglinger heard the voices of the men beside her, she couldn't help but feel helpless for that weak and lonely woman. One could imagine just how miserable a beast race woman who only had a beautiful appearance and nothing else would end up in the hands of these people. Her beauty would bring her endless danger. Yun Sheng was also staring at the woman in the gem cage. 25,000 gold coins. Just when the voices of the bidders were getting louder and louder. Seated in the front row was the man in luxurious clothes that Yun Sheng and the others had met before. He stood up and made a bid. 25,000 gold coins. Compared to the starting bid, it was already 15,000 gold coins higher. Chapter 873. This price was more than 10 times higher than the 2,000 gold coins that the Big Dipper auction house paid for this woman. The auctioneer's face was already filled with smiles. 25,000 gold coins to buy a woman, this was already a relatively high price. One must know that in later Qin, a country that was lacking in resources, a rank 6 official only had a salary of 200 gold coins a year. After the man in luxurious clothes called out the price, the voices of the people who were originally bidding suddenly disappeared. Hee, little beauty, when we return tonight, I will definitely take good care of you. The man in luxurious clothes stared at the woman in the gemstone cage with a lustful smile on his face. The woman in the gemstone cage felt a wave of disgust in her stomach. Just by looking at this man, she felt disgusted. Her mind was filled with what her father had once said about how cruel and heartless humans were towards the beasts. If he really wanted to do anything to her, she would rather die. Isn't that Qing Meng? Why is he also here? I heard that the concubine that he just took and died a few days ago. I reckon that he came to the auction house to buy a female slave because he was greedy for something new. She died again? This is the 5th one this year, right?
How can she not die?
I heard that this Qing Meng has a heavy taste. Good women were all tormented to death by him. How pitiful. That delicate little beauty fell into the hands of this person. I'm afraid that she won't be able to live much longer. Those who were familiar with the origin of the finely dressed man began to discuss animatedly. Although many people sympathized with the woman in the Celestial Fox people, with a sky-high price of 25,000 gold coins and Qing Meng's identity and background, who would dare to fight with him over her? Yunsheng and Dong Huanglinger could hear the sounds of discussion coming from the side. Congratulations, Master Qing, with a price of 25,000 gold coins. When the gold-gilded martial artist saw that the master had made a bid, he was overjoyed. He also understood that no one would continue to bid. After all, this master's identity was extraordinary. In Fengdu, there weren't many people who dared to fight with him over a woman. 50,000 gold coins. The clear female voice was like a block of ice crashing into everything, reverberating throughout the entire martial arts building. The Celestial Fox people, the auctioneer, Qing Meng, and everyone in the martial arts dojo, whose eyes were filled with tears, had already made up their minds. They would rather die than fall into the hands of that wretched man. 50,000 gold coins, that was double the price. Someone actually offered 50,000 gold coins for a female slave. Moreover, the voice of the bidder was clearly a woman. The bamboo hat blocks all probing eyes. Yunsheng calmly repeats her words. 50,000 gold coins. I want this person. The Celestial Fox people in the gem cage stared at Yunsheng as if she had seen her savior. Although the Celestial Fox people couldn't see the woman's face clearly, subconsciously, she felt that this person could help her. Motherf asterisk Ker, where did this crazy woman come from? You dare to fight with me, Qing Meng? Could it be that you don't know who my younger sister is? She is the concubine of the Crown Prince's residence, concubine Qing. Qing Meng originally thought that he would definitely be able to hug the beauty tonight. 50,000 gold coins for a woman, this price was a bit too high. It turned out that he was Qing Chong's older brother, which made him Duge Xiu's brother-in-law. Yunsheng finally understood why Qing Meng was so unbridled and fearless. Not only was Qing Meng Duge Xiu's brother-in-law, he was also the nephew of the current later Qin Empress, Empress Qing. However, compared to Qing Chong, Qing Meng was obviously inferior to his younger sister in terms of both appearance and intelligence. So what? Could it be that the older brother of the Crown Prince's concubine can break the rules of the Big Dipper auction? In the auction, everyone is equal and the highest bidder wins. This kind of mutual consent is something that even a 3-year-old child knows about. Yunsheng ridiculed. That's right. Or is it that he's only a concubine's older brother, yet he's so rude and unreasonable? If he really becomes the imperial uncle in the future, won't he not need to follow the rules at all? Ling Er also took the opportunity to add oil to the fire. The two women were both sharp-tongued. When it came to quarreling, there really weren't many people who were their opponents. Master Qing, the auction isn't over yet, the gold-plated cultivator also stepped forward to persuade him. Although Qing Meng's status wasn't low, the two women were right. The rules of the Big Dipper auction weren't something that just anyone could break. Not to mention that Qing Meng was only a concubine's brother-in-law. Even if Dugu Xiu personally came, it would still be the same. It's only 50,000 gold coins. Do you think I can't get out of here? 10. Qing Meng's anger was also aroused. Just as he was about to call out a sky-high price of 100,000 gold coins, a man who looked like a strategist beside him couldn't help but remind him in a low voice. Master, don't delay the proper business. His actions were all seen by Yunsheng, who was watching coldly from the sidelines. Qing Meng hesitated. In fact, Qing Meng's main purpose tonight wasn't to buy that woman. He had been entrusted by his sister to buy something else. The Big Dipper Marshall Hall's rules were that they only accepted cash. He had prepared 100,000 purple gold coins. 100,000 gold coins was equivalent to 10,000 purple gold coins. It wasn't a lot to buy a woman, but it wasn't a small amount either. However, if he didn't get the item and his sister didn't get it, it would be troublesome to deal with. Although Qing Meng was lecherous, he wasn't stupid to the point of being stupid. Although the Qing family had always been taken care of by the Qing Empress, the real reason why the Qing Empress favored their family was because of his precious sister. He couldn't lose the big picture for the small. It was just a woman. Besides, the two women wearing bamboo hats looked strange and didn't have any dou qi or magic power around them. If it really didn't work, then when he left the Marshall Hall, Qing Meng was brewing a vicious plan in his heart. 50,000 gold coins again. If no one offers a higher price, this pitiful celestial fox female slave will belong to this young lady. The gilded warrior didn't expect that a beautiful celestial fox people female slave could be sold for such a sky-high price. 50,000 gold coins was 25 times higher than the purchase price. For the Big Dipper Marshall Hall, it was a huge sum of money. He looked suspiciously at the bamboo hat woman. He didn't know where she came from to actually pay such a high price to buy a woman. 50,000 gold coins. No one else offered a higher price. Yunsheng finally succeeded in buying that woman. According to the auction house's agreement, Yunsheng could only obtain that woman after the auction ended. But in this way, she was left with less than 50,000 gold coins to buy He's weapon. After a round of bidding for the Celestial Fox People female slave, the auction house started a new round of bidding. Chapter 874. Apart from that, there was a bottle of sacred elixir pills and a combat technique that was suitable for Wu Zong's. However, none of these attracted Yunsheng's interest. Yunsheng also noticed that apart from the Celestial Fox people, Qing Meng, who was sitting in the front row, did not bid anymore. 1 hour passed, and the auction was coming to an end. Yunsheng did not manage to find a suitable weapon for her to defend herself. Everyone, tonight's auction is coming to an end. Tonight's last auction item, which is also the most precious item, will be auctioned soon, the gold-plated warrior said in a loud voice. Qing Meng, who was sitting in the front row, finally moved. His eyes shone with excitement. He was even more anxious than when he saw the Celestial Fox people earlier. This auction item is a little special. It is a weapon. It was created by a blacksmith master from Later Qin, Master Mayin. The gold-plated warrior was very excited. He was also a warrior. To a warrior, especially a warrior with a high cultivation level, a good weapon was like adding wings to a tiger. Yunsheng had never heard of Ma Yin's name before. However, judging from the reactions of the cultivators at the side, this grandmaster must be an incredible grandmaster blacksmith. Dong Huanglinger was also a little excited. Seeing that Yunsheng did not have any reaction, she said, "Yunsheng, don't you know Master Ma Yin? He is the most famous blacksmith master in Later Qin. The reason why Later Qin soldiers are famous all over the world is because of him." Later Qin soldiers were strong and powerful. Other than the fact that Later Qin soldiers were brave and warlike, their living environment was harsh, and their people's temperament was tempered. Another important reason was that Later Qin had a few purple gold mines and a super blacksmith master who could forge purple gold weapons, mine. Although Yunsheng had been in the Boundless Land for many years, she had been busy learning magic and expanding her medical skills. She did not spend much time on blacksmithing. Her contact with blacksmithing started from Master Moke. With Dong Huang Linger's reminder, Yunsheng suddenly remembered that Mine and Moke were only separated by one word. Could it be that they were related? Linger, how much do you know about Master Mine?
Why don't you tell me about it?
Yunsheng asked. I have only heard about it. You also know that purple gold is a mineral that is very difficult to fuse. However, as long as it is fused with weapons, it can cut iron like mud. Master Mine was said to be a mixed-blood elf. Because he was not accepted by the elf tribe, he fled to the Later Qin. He was in the army of Later Qin and forged countless divine weapons for Later Qin. Dong Huangling had heard many of Moyin's deeds from the blacksmiths in the eastern capital Imperial Palace. It was said Master Moyin was Master Moke's brother. Moyin was very famous, but there were very few of his weapons among the common people. Part of the reason was that he only provided weapons for the Later Qin army. Another reason was that although he was expelled from the elf clan, he still had the pride of the elf clan. He disdained to forge weapons for the mediocre people of the human clan. Therefore, to be able to own a weapon forged by Moyin was something that martial artists dreamed of. Tonight, we are also fortunate to have Master Moyin here. The gold-plated warrior introduced an old man in the front row. The old man was much shorter than the average Later Qin person. His back was slightly hunched, and he had grayish-brown hair. Due to his years of blacksmithing, there was an unusual blush on both sides of his cheeks. This blacksmith master, who looked to be in his 70s, did not seem to have heard anything about the gold-plated warrior's introduction and the reverent gazes that were looking at him. In fact, more than half of the warriors who came to the auction tonight were here for Moyin's weapon. Earlier, the people of the Big Dipper auction had spread the news that Master Moyin's work would appear at the auction tonight. However, in order to attract more people, the auction did not specify what kind of weapon would be auctioned. The gold-plated warrior was obviously familiar with Moyin's temper. After the introduction, he ordered someone to take out a box. The box was only the size of a palm and looked small and exquisite. It was hard to imagine what kind of magic weapon was in the box. This weapon is the most outstanding work completed by Master Moyin in the past 2 years. It's a bow named Rui. After that, the gold-plated warrior opened the box almost respectfully.
A bow?
Yunsheng's heart skipped a beat. There was no weapon more suitable for her than a bow. It was just that this bow was a little too small. It looked only half the size of Yunsheng's palm. In the box, there was a small purple gold bow lying there. When they saw the bow, the warriors who had been eagerly waiting for it all sighed. Later Qin, there were countless warriors, and each of them used thousands of kinds of weapons, but not many of them could use a bow. Those who could use a bow had to be quick-sighted and knew how to use a bow. This point was already difficult for most of the warriors. Moreover, the bow was too small. Although the carving was exquisite and made of purple gold, such a small bow was not enough to be taken out. At most, it could only be used as a toy by girls. Therefore, when they saw the bow, most of them showed disappointment. However, Yunsheng was not too disappointed. On the contrary, after she saw the bow clearly, a smile appeared on her face. This bow was not ordinary. Everyone, don't be fooled by how small this bow is. It's called Rui Scepter because of its size. It can be big or small. After saying that, the gold-plated cultivator picked up the bow. The bow, which was originally half the size of a woman's palm, quickly expanded. In just a breath's time, the bow lengthened and widened. The purple gold light was dazzling, and it became a very heroic longbow. The gold-plated warrior thought again, and the bow immediately shrank and finally became half the size of a palm. Such a bow that could change its size according to one's wishes was indeed made by Master Moyin. The gazes of the auction guests burned with passion once again. In particular, Qing Meng was already impatiently urging, "How much is this bow? Hurry up and give me a low price. I've been waiting for it all night." Hearing Qing Meng talk about money, Master Moyin, who was sitting in the VIP seat, had a flash of anger in his turbid old eyes. Yunsheng was also very concerned about the price of this bow. The price of the Rui bow was definitely not low, as it was carved into such an exquisite bow from the extremely hard purple gold. She now had 50,000 gold coins in her hands. Don't be impatient. Regarding this Rui bow, after discussion with Mastermind, the auction house has decided to set up 2 auction methods. After that, the gold-plated warrior looked at Mastermind. Happy Christmas Eve, everyone. The sad Dafuzi was kidnapped by the food poisoning master. She looked like a dead fish and howled. Chapter 875. It was really not easy to ask Moyin for help. The Big Dipper auction house's recent auctions had been lukewarm. In order to attract more guests, the auction house had spent a lot of effort to persuade Moyin to take out one of his masterpieces. Unfortunately, Moyin's temper was bad and stubborn. In the end, the auction house had to compromise and agreed to auction the wishful bow in the auction method he requested. There are 2 prices for this wishful bow. The first is the normal auction method. The highest bidder gets it. The base price is 500,000 gold coins. After the Gilded Warrior reported the price, there was a burst of hissing in the martial arts hall. 500,000 gold coins. This had already made most people give up. Ordinary people could not afford such a high price. Hearing this, Qingmeng was in high spirits. 500,000 gold coins. This price was still within his expectations. Yunsheng also furrowed her brows. This price was nothing to her before. However, she only had 50,000 gold coins on hand right now. That wishful bow, she really wanted it. However, Yunsheng did not give up. She was still waiting for the second auction method. Yunsheng had stayed in the immortal Jew country for 3 years and knew many elves. According to her knowledge, the more eccentric the elven masters were, the more eccentric they were. Even if they were of the same race, if they wanted to forge something, they would have to agree to some unimaginably harsh conditions. Divine Wind had suffered a similar loss before. She did not know if this Moyin would have the same temper as Master Moke. The second auction method, which is also set by Master Moyin himself, is equivalent exchange. Anyone present, as long as they can take out an item that satisfies Master Moyin, can exchange it for the wishful bow. The items used for the exchange can be weapons, ores, magical beast materials, and so on. The Gilded Warrior had been auctioning for a long time. It was also the first time he had conducted this kind of barter auction. Compared to barter, the auction method of 500,000 gold coins was obviously more beneficial to the Big Dipper auction house. If it were not for Master Moyin's insistence, the auction house would not have agreed. However, he had already done his research on the auction. For a master like Master Moyin, he wouldn't be interested in ordinary items. It was also very difficult for the people who came to participate in the auction to take out any precious items on the spot. Therefore, there was no doubt that using gold coins to complete the transaction would have a higher chance of success. 510,000 gold coins. Qingmeng was the first to speak. 550,000 gold coins. 600,000 gold coins. Some people from the major clans of later Qin also joined in the bidding. 10 pieces of roughly refined purple gold ore. 1 saint-ranked magical beast soul stone. In addition to gold coins, there were also other people bidding with items. However, Great Master Moyin remained calm and collected as he sat on the VIP seat. Sigh, it's a pity that we don't have anything valuable to exchange for it. When Dong Huanglinger saw that bow, she also felt that it was very suitable for Yunsheng. She remembered that Yunsheng knew some archery techniques. However, the two of them had neither money nor valuable treasures on them. This made Dong Huanglinger very anxious. As for the auction, the price had already risen to 800,000 gold coins. As for the barter, no matter if it was the roughly refined purple gold or the high-ranked magical beast materials, none of them attracted Great Master Moyin's attention. This Great Master, who was over 70 years old, had seen countless rare materials in his life. The wealth that the later Qin military provided was enough for him to live for 10 lifetimes. If it wasn't for the help of the Big Dipper Dojo's curator in his early years, Great Master Mayin would definitely not take out his proud work, the Rui Bao, to auction. To Great Master Mayin, the bidding that was getting louder and louder sounded very ironic. In his opinion, these people were not worthy of using his Rui Bao. At this time, the gold-plated warrior received an anonymous letter from the guest seat. He followed the guest's instructions and handed it to Great Master Mayin. Great Master, this is a guest's instruction to give to you. He said that he wants to exchange it for the Rui Bao. The gold-plated warrior didn't know what was written in the letter. Great Master Mayin took the letter and opened it to read. There was a slight ripple on his originally calm face. The gold-plated warrior noticed that Great Master Mayin's hand trembled. At that moment, his turbid old eyes flashed with a different kind of splendor. Great Master Mayin closed the letter and whispered to the gold-plated warrior. The gold-plated warrior's expression was very strange. He hesitated, walked back to the auction stage, and made a gesture of silence. Just now, Qing Meng and a general from the later Qin raised the price of the Rui Bao to 980,000 gold coins. Qing Meng almost fought with the general. The gold-plated warrior announced loudly, "The Rui Bao has been sold." Great Master Mayin invites the owner of the anonymous letter to see him in the auction house's VIP room.
Wow.
The auction house, which was already very lively, exploded because of this sentence. Especially Qing Meng, who was red in the face from the bidding, his whole face turned green. He angrily scolded, "What the hell is going on? I already bid 980,000 gold coins. How much did that person bid?" The gold-plated warrior also had a helpless expression. "Master Qing and the other guests, please forgive them. This is Great Master Mayin's decision. Our auction house has no right to interfere." "What interference? That bao, I want it." Qing Meng's face was red. No matter what, he must get the Rui Bao. If he didn't get the bao, how could he face his sister? "Master Qing, you better look at the situation. This is the Big Dipper Dojo. Even if Empress Qing came personally, she would still have to show some respect." In front of the gold-plated warrior, the symbol of the Big Dipper was very eye-catching. Qing Meng was choked up by these words and was instantly speechless. He could only leave with a dejected expression with his few subordinates.
He was really disappointed tonight.
He didn't get anything. No way, he had to get something no matter what. After the auction ended, Yunsheng and Dong Huanglinger went to the VIP room first. The later Qin's Great Master Mayin and his Rui Bao were already waiting there. After receiving the anonymous letter, Great Master Mayin, who had always been calm, also became anxious. He walked back and forth in the VIP room with a face full of worries. From time to time, he would look at the letter in his hand. There were only a few sentences in the letter. However, it was the sentence that made Great Master Mayin's heart calm down for a long time. Hearing the footsteps, Mayin hurriedly raised his head. "Who are you people?" Chapter 876. Mayin was full of expectations, but he didn't expect that it was only two women who walked in. Both women were wearing bamboo hats, so he couldn't see their faces and origins. "It's you?" Master Mayin recognized Yunsheng's voice. This woman was the woman who had bought the Celestial Fox People woman with 50,000 gold coins earlier. "Master Mayin, it doesn't matter who I am, but I can help you fulfill your long-cherished wish of many years," Yunsheng said with a smile. "How did you know that I want to?" Mayin hesitated. He cautiously looked outside the VIP room and swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. "When the leaves fall, they return to their roots. I know that Master Mayin wants to return to his hometown all the time. Every elf, even a mixed-blood elf, is the same. To tell you the truth, I know your brother Moke." Yunsheng's anonymous letter didn't mention any precious magic materials or precious ores. There were only two words on it: hometown. These two words, like a sharp arrow, instantly hit a wish that Master Mayin had hidden deep in his heart for more than 50 years. Master Mayin's hometown was the immortal Zhu nation. For so many years, although he was in later Qin, Master Mayin had always wanted to return to his hometown, the beautiful and peaceful immortal Ju nation. Almost no one knew that although Master Mayin had forged batches of weapons for the later Qin army, he also regretted that these weapons were used for killing and war. He wanted to return to his hometown, but he never had a chance because he was a mixed-blood elf and was not qualified to live in the immortal Ju nation. Yunsheng knew about Mayin's wish because she had been with Master Moke for a while. Master Moke would mention his brother Mayin, and he would often talk about it with a longing look. When he was young, he lived with his brother in the immortal Ju nation and lived a beautiful life. That kid Moke has long stopped contacting me. You're just an ordinary human. How can you help me return to the immortal Ju nation? It seems that you want to cheat my Rui Bao. Master Mayin was very alert. In later Qin, he appeared to be doing well, but in reality, everything was under the control of the later Qin military. He had no choice but to be on guard against all sorts of spies and vile people. This caused him to be very distrustful of the human race. I do want Grandmaster's Bao, but I do have a way to help you return to the immortal abode. Grandmaster, you haven't heard from the immortal abode for many years, right? In fact, the new king of the immortal abode, Shen Feng, has already abolished the discrimination against mixed-blood elves. In the immortal residence kingdom, purebred elves and mixed-blood elves can already live in peace. Yunsheng tried to persuade Master Mayin. Peaceful coexistence? Humph, you are really a liar. How can the thousands of years of discrimination be abolished at will just because a new king ascends the throne? Mayin said angrily, insisting that Yunsheng was a liar. Sigh, you old fellow, what Yunsheng said is the truth. She lived in the immortal abode for 3 years, and her life was very good. Dong Huang lingered, didn't care whether Master Mayin was a Grandmaster Artificer or not, and said unhappily with her hands on her hips. Impossible, she is a human. It is impossible for a human to live in the immortal residence kingdom. Even if she accidentally entered the immortal abode, she would definitely be imprisoned in the Icefall City. Mayin still didn't believe her. If Grandmaster still doesn't believe me, you can look at my forehead, Yunsheng said, then took off her bamboo hat and lifted her forehead hair. On her sparkling and translucent jade-like forehead, there was a scarlet spirit hellfire brand. Seeing this, Mayin's eyes shrunk. This is... Heavens, what did I say? This is the inheritance of the great Fire Spirit Queen. You are the successor of the Fire Spirit Queen. Mayin couldn't stop his tears from flowing. Ignoring Dong Huang Linger's astonishment, he immediately knelt down and held onto Yunsheng's hand with tears flowing down his face. Grandmaster, you are? Seeing Mayin's appearance, Yunsheng was also somewhat baffled. Honorable lady, Mayin's father is also a fire spirit. The blood of the fire spirit tribe flows in my body. Mayin thought that in his lifetime, he would once again meet the successor of the fire spirit tribe. When he thought of how he spoke rudely to Yunsheng before, he felt very guilty. Grandmaster, please get up. Grandmaster Moke is my elder, and you are his elder brother. Speaking of which, you are also my elder. Yunsheng pulled Grandmaster Mayin up. Don't worry, as long as you want to return to the immortal abode, I can tell Divine Wind or Huiyu to let you return to your tribe and enjoy your old age. Mayin's tears kept flowing. He didn't expect that in his lifetime, he would be able to return to the fire spirit tribe of the immortal abode kingdom. He choked with sobs. Honorable lady, thank you for your help. Please accept this wishful bow. Yunsheng chatted with Mayin for a while, then received the wishful bow from Mayin. Honorable lady, here are 20 wishful arrows that can be used together with the bow. Mayin decided that in a few days, he would secretly leave later Qin and return to the immortal abode kingdom. Grandmaster Mayin, thank you for your gift. Yunsheng was secretly happy. Not only did she receive the wishful bow, she also coincidentally sent Grandmaster Mayin away. Later Qin lost a top-notch blacksmith, and the military equipment of later Qin would definitely be greatly reduced. If Duga Xiu knew about this, he would definitely fly into a rage. After receiving the wishful bow, Yunsheng and Dong Huang Linger once again wore their bamboo hats. The two of them found the staff of the auction, and after paying 50,000 gold coins, the woman from the Celestial Fox people was also sent over. That woman had already changed her clothes. Her eyes were red and swollen, and she timidly looked at the two women in front of her. When one of the women saw her, she clicked her tongue in wonder and even walked around her nonstop. "What is your name?" Yun Sheng was also sizing up that woman. Looking at her up close, Yun Sheng felt as if she was looking into a mirror. From head to toe, this woman's appearance was fat and thin, and even the length of her hair was exactly the same as hers. "My name is Hu Sheng." The woman's voice was still somewhat trembling. "Yeah. Even your name is the same," Dong Huanglinger said as she clapped her hands. Yun Sheng also felt a headache. Hu Sheng, she indeed had the same name as her. There was only a difference of one character between her and her mother, Hu Jiusheng. She had a strong premonition that this woman called Hu Sheng was definitely related to her by blood. "All right, Linger, don't make a fuss. Let's find a place to settle her down first. It's already quite late. We have to return early." Yunxing looked at the sky and saw that it was already completely dark. If they still didn't go to Tianya Building, Madame Chi Bai would probably think that the two of them ran away. Yun Sheng and Dong Huanglinger brought Hu Sheng and walked out of the Big Dipper dojo. Right after the three of them walked out, several sneaky figures followed behind them. Chapter 877. Right now, Yun Sheng was also powerless to protect herself. Hu Sheng looked exactly like her. Just based on her face, she definitely couldn't bring her back to the Crown Prince's residence. Thus, Yun Sheng decided to settle her down in an inn in the city first. However, after taking a few steps, Yun Sheng keenly heard that someone was following behind her. Her eyes slightly darkened. In front of her was Tianya Building. She and Dong Huangling pulled Hu Sheng and quickly walked into Tianya Building. On Vermilion Bird Street, several horses galloped past. From afar, a bunch of red hair could be seen dancing in the night like flames. Whoosh! Duguxiu leaped down from his horse and strode into Big Dipper Dojo. "Your Highness." Seeing Duguxiu, the warriors of Big Dipper Dojo were incomparably respectful. "I heard that Master Main is a guest in the dojo." After Duguxiu finished setting up the defense map at the border, he came to find Main in the middle of the night. "Your Highness." Seeing Duguxiu, Main was neither servile nor overbearing. "Master Main, a few days ago, this crown prince ordered something." Duguxiu's entire body was wrapped in cold air, and his pair of eagle eyes carried a bit of heat. Main took out a jade box. The size of the box was somewhat similar to the size of the Rui Bao that Yunxing bought earlier. However, inside the box was a pair of exquisite soul crystal earrings. Soul crystals were a kind of top-notch soul stones that could only be obtained from saint-level or even king-level demonic beasts. The pair of earrings in the box was only the size of a water droplet. They looked very spiritual. Just by holding them in one's hand, one could feel a burning sensation. If a person were to wear them, even if they were in a cold cave, they would still feel warm all over their body. The color of the earrings was fiery red, just like the color of Duguxiu's hair. The effect of this pair of earrings was not limited to that. Because it was made from the soul crystals of saint-level or even king-level demonic beasts, it had a natural deterrent effect on demonic beasts. This pair of earrings gave people a feeling very similar to Duguxiu's. They were similarly aggressive and extremely dazzling. Everyone only knew that Master Mayin was an outstanding master refiner, but they forgot that he was also an outstanding elven jewelry master. The elf clan was indeed blessed by the heavens in terms of craftsmanship. Their creations were all treasures on the continent. Countless noble ladies and women of the royal family flocked to their creations. However, not everyone could ask Master Mayin to personally refine a pair of top-grade soul crystal earrings. "Your Highness Crown Prince, are you satisfied with this pair of earrings?" Mo-in carefully observed Duguxiu's expression. Duguxiu's eyebrows were raised, and his eyes were filled with joy. Mayin saw this and couldn't help but wonder. Later Qin's Crown Prince, Duguxiu, had an iron-blooded style on the battlefield. However, his current demeanor was very rare. Every time he came to find him, he would speak in a businesslike tone. However, a few days ago, He had come alone with a soul stone and requested a custom-made pair of soul crystal earrings. Those earrings were clearly in the style of a woman. It seemed that the Crown Prince had made such a move to please a certain woman. Crown Prince Dogo had a cold personality and didn't indulge in women's charms. This was already a well-known fact in later Qin. However, this time, he had personally come to custom-make earrings. Could it be that it had something to do with the princess of the eastern capital who had recently married into later Qin? Even a famous elven craftsman like Ma Yin couldn't help but be a little curious about the folk princess of unknown origins. As expected of Master Ma Yin's work, this crown prince is very satisfied. Since that's the case, Master can temporarily not refine weapons for this month, Duguxiu said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Ma Yin was secretly delighted. Although he was treated as a distinguished guest in later Qin, the later Qin's military had been very careful with him for many years. Every day, he had to report to the later Qin's military. This would undoubtedly affect his escape plan. Once Duguxiu opened his mouth, even if he disappeared in front of people for a few days, no one would notice. Duguxiu didn't pay attention to Ma Yin's strange behavior. He played with the soul crystal earrings in his hand and left the Big Dipper dojo with his people. A few days ago, he had commissioned Ma Yin to refine this pair of earrings. There was no other reason. He had given Yunsheng a lot of jewelry, but although Yunsheng had accepted it, she didn't wear it. It could be seen that she was different from his concubines. She didn't like ordinary jewelry. Later Qin was bitterly cold. Now that Yunsheng's Dharma soul had been sealed, her physique had been affected to a certain extent. The sun couldn't be seen in the snow-treading park all day long. With this pair of earrings, it could help her resist the cold. The earrings were bright red like flames. Duguxiu could already imagine what kind of charming scene it would be if it was worn on Yunsheng's small and delicate earlobes. Only when he thought of Yunsheng did Duguxiu remember that it had already been a day since he last saw that bothersome little vixen. Last night, after that woman unceremoniously chased him out of the snow-treading park, he was furious for the entire night. During the day, he was busy with military affairs. The moment he returned to his residence, the first thing he did was to go to the snow-treading park. Unexpectedly, after asking, he found out that Yunsheng brought Dong Huangling, and went out with Qi Bai early in the morning. They hadn't returned yet. Duguxiu remembered that he was going to take the earrings. Thus, he brought his people out to look for Dong Huangling. Duguxiu rode on his horse and passed by the Vermilion Bird Street. Then, he remembered that Yunsheng and Qi Bai hadn't returned yet. Thus, he slowed down his horse and walked on the street. After taking a few steps, he heard a clamor coming from the Tianya building. Duguxiu frowned. The Tianya building was a famous building in Yangdu. There were actually people who dared to cause trouble inside. Crown Prince, it's Lord Qing's people. Do you want to go in and take a look? Duguxiu's guard recognized the two fierce-looking cultivators standing outside the Tianya building. Those two people usually served senior concubine Qing's elder brother, Qing Meng. Speaking of Qing Meng, he was a notorious bully in Yangdu. Duguxiu frowned. It's that brat, Qing Meng again. This cousin of his, relying on the support of Empress Qing and his younger sister, senior concubine Qing, acted tyrannically in the city. He especially liked to bully men and seize women. However, it was fortunate that it was only a small matter. Even if it was brought to the imperial court, Duguxiu would close his eyes and let it pass. Hearing a woman's cry, Duguxiu didn't have to think to know that his brother-in-law must have taken a fancy to some beautiful woman again. After all, it was just a small matter. As long as it wasn't too big of a commotion, he wouldn't bother with it. This was to prevent Qing Chong from running to him and begging again. Duguxiu waved his hand, indicating that he shouldn't bother with this mess. However, just as Duguxiu was about to pass by on his horse, another cry for help sounded from the Tianya building. That voice, why did it sound so familiar? The more Duguxiu thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. At that moment, a woman rushed out. She was in a hurry as she shouted toward the street, "Not good. Someone wants to molest the princess." Duguxiu's eyelids twitched. He stepped on the horse's back and turned into a dark light. With a bang, he charged toward the Tianya building. Chapter 878. Wuxia charged forward. His movements were too fast. The Crown Prince's blood iron guards, who had been preparing to leave, were instantly stunned. What was going on? Didn't the Crown Prince say not to bother about Master Qing? Why did Crown Prince make the first move when she turned around? What made Wuxia's expression change instantly was the woman who ran out of Tianya building. She was Dong Huangling, who had been following beside Yunsheng. Wherever Yunsheng was, Dong Huanglinger would be there as well. It turned out that a quarter of an hour ago, when Qing Meng saw the two bamboo hat women bringing the beauty of the Celestial Fox people into Tianya building, he immediately ordered people to block the entrance of Tianya building. Then, he brought several warriors and rushed in to catch them. Tisk, do you think I won't be able to catch you if you escape into Tianya building? Hee, I'll kill 3 birds with 1 stone tonight. Qing Meng was furious and rushed into Tianya building with several guards. As soon as he entered the Tianya building, he grabbed a waiter and questioned him about the whereabouts of the women who had entered the building earlier. When the waiter saw that it was Qing Meng, this little tyrant, how would he dare to conceal anything? Trembling, he pointed to the innermost room on the 2nd floor. When Qing Meng got the news, he brought the guards and kicked open the door of the room. 2 women were sitting in the room. Qing Meng didn't have time to think about why there were only 2 women in the room when 3 people came in. He fixed his eyes on the 2 women's appearances and was instantly overjoyed. He had originally thought that he would only be able to snatch a little beauty. Who would have thought that the 2 people in the room were both great beauties? The one on the left had willowy eyebrows and red eyes. Her facial features were exquisite, and her figure was graceful. She had a noble aura. The one on the right was the peerless beauty from the Celestial Fox people whom he had seen at the auction earlier. Her skin was fair and flawless, and her black hair was like a waterfall. Compared to the timid and helpless look she had at the auction, she looked more lively now, and her pair of black eyes seemed to be able to speak. When the 2 girls saw someone suddenly barge in, their faces were filled with astonishment. Haha, I'm really lucky tonight. These 2 beauties, I want them both. Qing Meng's bones melted when he saw the appearance of the 2 women. With an impatient look on his face, he stepped forward, wanting to kiss her. Impudent! Where did this lecher come from? Do you know who we are? This is Prince Wuxia's future wife, curse the beauty with willow eyebrows. TSK, little beauty, aren't you lying a little too much? Do you know who I am? I am the Wuxia Prince's brother-in-law. You're saying you're from the Crown Prince's residence? What a joke. The woman of the Crown Prince's residence, the future Crown Princess, will come out and be sold in the auction house? Qing Meng laughed cheerfully. Impudent! Since you're Qingqiang's older brother, you should recognize this princess. The Celestial Fox people's beauty also had a cold expression on her face. Her appearance was like a snow rose, so beautiful that she didn't seem like a mortal. This caused Qing Meng's heart to itch even more. Great beauty! You dare to directly call my little sister by her name? If you are the future crown princess, then I am Prince Wuxia. No need to wait anymore, I'm going to pamper you tonight. After finishing speaking, Qing Meng pounced toward Yunsheng like a hungry wolf. Yunsheng and Dong Huanglinger took a look at each other, and a strange light flashed past their eyes. Yunsheng used night demon footwork and cleverly dodged Qing Meng's attack. Dong Huanglinger even cooperated with Yi Ci. While pulling out her newly bought whip, she whipped those martial artists while running out of Tianya building. With such a huge commotion, in just a short while, everyone in Tianya building was alerted. Just now, when the 3 of them left Big Dipper Martial Arts Gym, they discovered that there were people following them. Right now, the 3 of them were weak women who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. If they were to go head-to-head with those martial arts men, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Yunsheng's heart moved as she saw Tianya building in front of her. Yunsheng had already predicted that Madame Qi Bai would definitely be waiting for them in Tianya building. Thus, she decided to borrow Madame Qi Bai's hand to suppress Qing Meng. That was what Yunsheng planned to do. However, she didn't expect that Wuxia would have a sudden idea and also get involved in this matter. A commotion came from the building. Madame Qi Bai, who was also sitting in a side room of Tianya building, naturally heard the commotion. She also sent someone to inquire about it. After knowing that it was Qing Meng who was causing trouble here, she originally planned to ignore it. However, who knew that at this moment, she also heard a familiar cry for help. Madame Qi Bai's expression suddenly changed, and she hurriedly stood up. Hu Linglong asked curiously, "Big Sister Qi Bai, what's wrong?" "You can return first, I will contact you another day." That damned Qing Meng, of all people, he actually dared to provoke her. Madame Qi Bai's face was filled with anger. In a moment of excitement, she chatted with Hu Linglong for a while. However, she forgot that Yun Sheng and Dong Huangling were both rarely seen beauties. God knows why they would encounter a perverted demon like Qing Meng. Madame Qi Bai hurriedly walked out of the door. At this moment, Dong Huangling had already run to the entrance of Tianya building, planning to cause an even bigger commotion. She didn't believe that if she were to cause a commotion on the street, Madame Qi Bai would definitely be alerted. However, just when she was about to call for help, a figure that was like a whirlwind had already arrived before her. Dong Huangling only saw a trace of red hair flashing past her eyes. The aura of the person that arrived was like a flood, and his movement technique was like the wind. Even in the entire later Qin city, there weren't many people who possessed movement techniques like this. Duguxiu? Only now did Dong Huangling react. Her small face was immediately filled with smiles, and the blood within her body was boiling. This is great. With the arrival of Duguxiu and Yun Sheng's impromptu performance, even if that Qing Meng doesn't die, he will be crippled. Before the two cultivators that were looking at the entrance of Tianya building clearly saw the face of the person that arrived, they cursed, "Bastard. You actually dared to enter and cause a commotion without seeing that Master Qing is here. Are your dog eyes blind? Take a good look at who this crown prince is." When Duguxiu thought of how Qing Meng was actually taking liberties with his woman, anger rushed to his heart. Damn it, that reckless Qing Meng. That woman, even this crown prince doesn't dare to touch a single finger of hers. If you dare to touch her, I will cut off the part of your body that you touch. When the two cultivators heard the voice that sounded like that of a demon from hell, and then looked at Duguxiu's gloomy face, their knees started trembling unconsciously. They recalled what the two women had said earlier. It can't be so strange, right? The woman that Master Qing took a fancy to is really Crown Prince Dugu's future Crown Prince consort, right? Scram. Duguxiu's two waves of tyrannical Do Qi were like ferocious tigers descending the mountain. With a wave of his Do Qi, the two martial ancestor realm cultivators didn't even have the strength to resist and were sent flying. When they crashed onto the ground, they instantly turned into two piles of mincemeat. Two miserable cries could be heard from downstairs. When Madame Qi Bai, who had just stepped out of the room, heard the furious rebuke, she couldn't help but shiver. Her heart turned cold, and she saw that Duguxiu had already rushed up the stairs with a baleful look on his face. Crown Prince, Madame Qi Bai still wanted to explain. However, Duguxiu's cold gaze forced her to swallow her words. Chapter 879. How are you judging people? Duguxiu's eagle-like eyes were filled with anger. It was Madame Qi Bai who brought them out. While Yun Sheng had something to do, Madame Qi Bai was sitting in another room. Duguxiu couldn't help but suspect that Madame Qi Bai was intentionally framing Yun Sheng. Madame Qi Bai was also unable to explain herself. She had no idea that Yun Sheng and Qing Meng had already arrived at Tianya building, let alone how Qing Meng met those two people. Just when Duguxiu was reprimanding Madame Qi Bai, Qing Meng's impatient voice could be heard from the room at the end of the room. "Beauty, let's see where you can run off to." Duguxiu took a step forward and arrived at the entrance of the room. Right at this moment, a person jumped out from the room. Yun Sheng originally thought that the person who entered the room was Qi Bai. However, when she took a look, she saw that the person who entered the room was tall and big, blocking the entire door. Just when she was about to scold the person who entered the room, She took a look and saw that the person was Wuxia. Looking at Wuxia's cold face that could freeze all living things within a 1-mile radius to death, Yunxing couldn't help but mourn for Qingmeng. However, Yunxing wasn't going to miss out on this hard-to-come-by opportunity. Regardless of whether it was Madame Qi Bai or Wuxia, they were all big shots, and any one of them would be able to instantly kill Qingmeng. She hid behind Wuxia. In Yunxing's mind, she quickly recalled the expressions of the countless evil female supporting characters in the melodramatic soap operas. Immediately, her black eyes were filled with tears. With her slender finger pointing at Qingmeng, she didn't forget to use a sobbing voice. "Crown Prince, he bullied me." Dong Huanglinger, who had just arrived, couldn't help but shiver, and goosebumps appeared all over her body. This world is really going to rebel. This was the first time that she saw her good friend Yunxing acting like this. Hearing that, Wuxia's blood rushed to his head. In actuality, in his mind, he also had some doubts. These days, Yunxing was the only one who could bully others. Since when did others have the right to bully Yunxing? However, it was rare for Yunxing to take the initiative to ask him for help like today. Just her flustered look just now made Wuxia's heart ache. Inside the room, Qingmeng saw his cousin rushing over with a group of people. That celestial fox people's beauty actually rushed to his cousin with an aggrieved expression. He was also dumbfounded. Looking at Wuxia's knife-like eyes, Qingmeng's legs immediately began to tremble like noodles. Heavens, could it be that what the two women had said earlier was true? This woman was really the future crown princess, Princess Donghuang from the eastern capital. But wasn't this woman the woman from the auction earlier? No matter how Qingmeng looked at it, he was sure that Yunxing was the celestial fox people girl. With his pig brain, he would never think that the person had been switched just now. Wuxia pulled Yunxing in front of him and carefully examined her. He saw that she was panting incessantly, and her hair was messy. What was even more hateful was that a section of her sleeve had been forcefully pulled off, revealing half of her sparkling and translucent wrist. Wuxia immediately took off his jacket and wrapped Yunxing tightly. Wuxia glared hatefully at Qingmeng. Qingmeng's hand was still grabbing onto Yunxing's sleeve. Although Qingmeng was a hedonistic son, he was still a legitimate general of the Qing clan. He was a descendant of a general and had various elixirs. His martial realm was also at the pinnacle of martial grandmaster. Yunxing did not have any sorcery now, so she could only rely on her martial arts to win. The room was too narrow, and she did not dodge in time just now, causing a section of her sleeve to be pulled off. Qingmeng, who gave you the guts to even dare to take liberties with this crown prince's crown prince consort? Wuxia said word by word as he closed in on Qingmeng. Qingmeng was so scared that he couldn't even speak properly. He knelt on the ground and kept on backing away. As if he didn't know that he was going to die, he said, "Cousin, no, your highness, I didn't know. I thought that this woman was that female slave from the Big Dipper auction. If I knew who she was, even if I had 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to touch the crown prince consort." He's talking nonsense. Just now, we already said that we are people from the crown prince's mansion. He even said that if the princess is the crown prince consort, then he is the crown prince, and that he is going to pamper the princess tonight. Dong Huangling stood at the side and fanned the flames. Wuxia's gaze became even more gloomy. "You dare to say that my woman is a female slave, and that I'm going to pamper her?" To think that Qingmeng actually dared to say such disgraceful words. Around Wuxia's body, intense flame-like qi started to spread out. His knuckles let out cracking sounds as he looked at Qingmeng with a gaze as if Qingmeng was a dead man. Seeing this, Madame Qi Bai was shocked. She hurriedly pleaded for mercy for Qingmeng. "Your Highness, no matter what, Qingmeng is your cousin, and the only older brother of consort Qing. Although he offended the princess, it was an unintentional mistake. You can't not kill him. Crown Prince, please spare my life." Qingmeng nodded his head, as if he was pounding garlic. He didn't expect that Wuxia would be so angry this time. "Princess, please plead for mercy." Lord Qingmeng is the nephew that Qing Empress dotes on the most. Madame Qi Bai also knew that only Yunsheng would be able to persuade Duguxiu. Madame Qi Bai hurriedly gave a signal to Yunsheng with her eyes. The meaning behind her words was to warn Yunsheng that Madame Qi Bai had yet to marry into the Qing family. Thus, Madame Qi Bai still had to carefully serve Qing Empress, her future mother-in-law. Not to mention Qing Chong's outstanding status in the crown prince residence. Even if Yunsheng married Duguxiu and became the crown princess, she still had to be wary of Qing Chong. In another 2 days, the people from the crown prince residence would enter the palace. Yunsheng would definitely meet Qing Empress. Madame Qi Bai thought that by saying this, Yunsheng would understand her intentions. Who knew that Yunsheng was disdainful in her heart? Who was Qing Empress? Did she really think that she was her future mother-in-law? It was impossible for her and Duguxiu to be a couple. She was too lazy to look at Qing Chong's face. Under Madame Qi Bai's fervent gaze, Yunsheng was stunned and didn't say a word. She only pretended to be regretful. It's a pity. This dress is my favorite. As she spoke, her wrist moved slightly. There was a faint red mark on the wrist where the dress was torn. That was because she didn't dodge carefully and was accidentally grazed by Qingmeng. Duguxiu's eyes narrowed, and his hand moved as fast as lightning. With a crack, Qingmeng's right hand drooped down. The arm that was still fine a moment ago was now hanging limply. Qingmeng let out a howl like a pig being slaughtered. Remember, if you dare to touch her again, even if Mother comes personally, she won't be able to save you, Duguxiu said fiercely. How would Qingmeng dare to say no? He looked again and saw Princess Donghuang, who was standing beside Duguxiu like a goddess, smiling coldly at him. That woman was actually 2 different people in front of him. What was even more hateful was that his own cousin actually obeyed her orders as if he was possessed. Qingmeng's heart was filled with hatred. Damn Donghuang Sheng, I will definitely have a grudge with you. As long as I, Qingmeng, am around, you can forget about having a foothold in later Qin. Chapter 880. On the way back, everyone in the Crown Prince's residence didn't have a good expression on their face. Madame Qi Bai's heart felt as if it was being scratched by a cat. Yunsheng's words, what a pity. This is my favorite piece of clothing. She seemed to be careless, but the intention behind her inner strength was very sinister. Duguxiu actually crippled Qingmeng's right hand without saying anything. He clearly knew that in a few days, there would be a banquet in the palace. As the Empress's nephew and the senior concubine Qingmeng would definitely attend. Yet, he still took action. In his heart, Yunsheng's position was actually so high. In the future, when you leave the residence, wear a veil. After Duguxiu sent Yunsheng to the snow-treading garden, he left with a group of blood iron guards angrily. Madame Qi Bai took a look at Yunsheng and sneered. Then, she hurriedly chased after Duguxiu. Yunsheng, I have already settled him down. We will go look for Husheng another day. Donghuang Linger let out a sigh of relief. Just now, when Duguxiu returned, he didn't say anything. Donghuang Linger didn't know what he was thinking about. However, Duguxiu actually crippled his own cousin's hand just because of Yunsheng's words. This point, even Donghuang Linger was somewhat astonished. Husheng's background is very mysterious. We need to investigate it thoroughly. After tonight's matter, senior concubine Qing probably won't let this matter rest. For the next few days, let's avoid her and not go out. Although Yunsheng taught Qingmeng a lesson, Duguxiu's actions also caused her to be somewhat astonished. Duguxiu's actions had already reached a somewhat paranoid state. When Yunsheng thought about the silver mark on her arm, she also felt indescribably irritated. Duguxiu returned to Yu Pavilion with a cold aura around him. Crown Prince, you went a bit overboard tonight. You clearly know that Yunsheng isn't someone who can be bullied easily. Madame Qi Bai followed closely behind Duguxiu. She didn't think that Duguxiu wouldn't be able to see the abnormality of tonight's matter. Who was Yunsheng? Madame Chi Bai had also suffered a loss because of her. Even if its teeth were pulled out, a fierce tiger would still be a fierce tiger. Madame Chi Bai understood this principle. Needless to say, Duguxiu also understood this principle. Qing Meng was a bit unrestrained, but he wouldn't speak carelessly. He had mentioned something about a female slave at the Big Dipper auction for no reason. That must mean that Yun Sheng had gone to the Big Dipper auction. However, Madame Chi Bai still decided to investigate why Qing Meng would mistake Yun Sheng for a female slave. This crown prince understands. Duguxiu's words surprised Chi Bai. If the crown prince understood, then why did he still want her? Yun Sheng is not someone who is easily bullied, but even though I know this crown prince still doesn't want her to suffer any grievances, not even a little bit, Duguxiu said in a muffled voice. There was also a trace of confusion in his eyes. Even he himself did not understand what had happened to him. That woman clearly didn't care about him at all. She was clearly using him, but he was still happy to do so. Only the heavens knew that when she rushed to his side, he had an impulse to fiercely hug her in his arms. If she was willing, he could hold the entire world in his hands, as long as she was willing to give him a smile. Madame Chi Bai's heart felt stifled. A wave of pain spread from the bottom of her heart, like a prairie fire. She looked at Duguxiu as if she had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. She knew that if she was willing, even if that woman was holding a dagger in her hand, Duguxiu would still be willing to meet her. Madame Chi Bai didn't know how she walked out of Yuxian. Her mind was only filled with Duguxiu's expression at that time. Madame Chi Bai, it's so late. Why did you come out from the crown prince's place? A slightly jealous voice interrupted Madame Chi Bai's thoughts. Qing Chong was walking towards Duguxiu's courtyard with a maid. Tonight, when she heard that the crown prince didn't summon a woman to serve him, she took the initiative to stew a cup of tonic and went to visit the crown prince. Madame Chi Bai laughed mockingly. Secondary consort Qing, I advise you to go to the Qing residence to visit your elder brother instead of trying to curry favor with the crown prince. What he did today was actually flirting with Princess Dong Huang, and the crown prince saw it. In a fit of rage, the crown prince crippled one of his hands. When Qing Chong heard this, her eyebrows twitched. Looking at Madame Chi Bai's expression, she knew that she was telling the truth. She secretly scolded her elder brother for being a good-for-nothing. She had clearly asked him to go to the Big Dipper auction house to buy the Rui Bao. How did he end up bumping into Dong Huangsheng, that troublemaker? With her elder brother's dissolute personality, if he really met a beautiful woman like Dong Huangsheng, he might really flirt with her. Her cousin the crown prince must be in a fit of anger right now. Qing Chong didn't dare to go and provoke him. Qing Chong pretended to be grateful. Thank you for your concern, Madame Chi Bai. Qing Chong will return to the Qing residence to take a look. Qing Chong left the residence in the middle of the night and went straight to her maternal home, which was the later Qing General Wudi's residence. The moment she entered the general's residence, she saw a few martial artists who were beaten to a half-dead state being carried out. In her elder brother's courtyard, the sound of a woman wailing could be heard. When Qing Chong saw such a messy scene, she believed in her elder brother's words even more. When she walked into the courtyard, she saw her sister-in-law, Madame Qing, sitting there and wiping away her tears. Her elder brother Qing Meng's wives and concubines were arguing with each other, wanting to change Qing Meng's bandages. Qing Meng was half leaning on the bed. He no longer had the arrogant and despotic look that he usually had. He was wailing in pain, and his right hand was already tied up. Have you all had enough? He isn't dead yet. What are you all crying for? When Qing Chong saw this group of bewitching women, she was filled with anger. Although there were a lot of women in the crown prince's residence, none of them dared to be impudent in front of Duguxiu. Her elder brother was also a good-for-nothing. He couldn't even discipline the women in the crown prince's residence properly, and he actually dared to go and provoke that Dong Huangsheng. Younger sister, it's good that you are here. You must take revenge for elder brother. When Qing Meng and Madame Qing saw Qing Chong, it was as if they had seen their savior. One of them was wiping away her tears, while the other was wailing in pain. Although Ching Chong was reprimanding them, she still felt sorry for her elder brother. She went forward and took a look at Qing Meng's hand, and her expression immediately changed. The bones in Qing Meng's right hand were all shattered by his dou qi. Only Duguxiu was able to do this. Elder brother, what happened to you? Why did you end up like this when you went to the Big Dipper auction? When Qing Chong took a look at Qing Meng's hand, she knew that it wasn't a small matter. Duguxiu's dou qi was very powerful. Once the bones were shattered, even if Qing Meng's right hand was healed by elixirs, his right hand wouldn't be able to recover. This time, Duguxiu really wanted to cripple Qing Meng's hand. Thinking up to here, Qing Chong couldn't help but tighten her grip. Younger sister, be gentler. Qing Meng was in pain. What's going on? Where is the Rui Bao that I wanted? How did you offend Dong Huangsheng? Qing Chong gave a signal with her eyes, and the group of women in the room all retreated. Chapter 881.
What?
You said that the Rui Bao was bought by someone? How did you do your job? Qing Qiong asked, and found out that the Rui Bao was actually bought by someone anonymously. She didn't care that Qing Meng was injured, and immediately flew into a rage. Qing Qiong was a warrior, and the weapon that she was best at using was bows. Bows and arrows were not the mainstream weapons in the continent, and thus there were very few famous bows. For the past few years, Qing Qiong had been looking for a suitable bow and arrow. It wasn't easy for her to find out that Ma Yin had recently forged a new bow and arrow. If she knew who had bought the Rui Bao, it would be fine. With the power of the Qing mansion, Qing Qiong believed that she would be able to get the Rui Bao back. But now, Qing Meng didn't even know who had bought the Rui Bao. How could she not be depressed? Sigh, sister, don't get angry. Not only do I not know, the others also don't know. It's all that old fellow Ma Yin's fault. He insisted on bartering. I had already bid 900,000 gold coins, but I still wasn't able to buy the Rui Bao. Qing Meng saw his sister's angry face and tried to please her. If you don't know who bought the Rui Bao, why don't you go and find out? You even bought so many things at the Big Dipper auction house. The more Qing Qiong thought about it, the more she felt that her brother was useless. I promise that once my hand recovers, I will go and invite the manager of the auction house to drink with girls. I will definitely be able to get him to tell me. Qing Meng was just about to pat his chest and promise, but who knew that he would pull on his wound, causing him to grimace in pain. Looking at her brother's appearance, Qing Qiong didn't know whether to be angry or laugh. She said angrily, I really don't know how your eyeballs grow. You even dare to drink with girls. Sooner or later, you will die on the belly of a woman. Tell me, why did you have your eyes on Dong Huangsheng? That woman looks weak and delicate, but she is not someone who is easy to deal with. That night, because Li Huali underestimated Dong Huangsheng, her subordinate, Granny Cheng, became a scapegoat and was kicked to death by Duguxiu. Qing Qiong finally understood that Dong Huangsheng was a source of trouble. As long as she was involved, Duguxiu would definitely not show mercy. Sigh, my sister. This time, you must help me. If I had known that she was the Crown Prince's new lover, I wouldn't have had any ideas about her. I've been thinking about this all night.
Why is it so strange?
Why does this Crown Prince consort look like twins with a celestial fox people slave from the Big Dipper auction house? When Qing Meng was in Tianya building, he was already scared silly by Duguxiu. When he returned to the general's residence, he remembered that there were only 2 women in the room when he broke into the room. Also, the clothes on the 2 women were clearly not what he had seen earlier. However, the face of the future crown princess was indeed that of the celestial fox people. After thinking about it, there was only one possibility. Either that celestial fox people was in disguise, or the future crown princess was somehow related to that celestial fox people. Celestial fox people? Big brother, you can't speak carelessly. The matter of the Bakra orcs has caused the people of the continent to panic. They are the mortal enemies of our human race. The Crown Prince's cousin's Crown Princess is the princess of the East Imperial Dynasty. You slandered the princess as a descendant of Celestial Fox. This matter is punishable by beheading. Qing Chong glared at her elder brother. She was afraid that he would be stupid again and cause some trouble. The matter of the Dutian blood seal had caused the major countries to be extremely nervous. In the past few years, the major countries had sped up their search for the Eight Wastelands divine artifact in order to prevent the Dutian blood seal from collapsing. A celestial fox people's slave was nothing. However, if a celestial fox people's woman became the crown princess of the later Qin dynasty, then it would be a big deal. I say, little sister, you don't believe your big brother's eyesight when it comes to women. Moreover, that crown prince consort, haha, she's really very beautiful. A man won't be able to forget such a woman after seeing her once. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask the other people who attended the auction that night. They all saw her with their own eyes. Qing Meng said as he looked at his sister's expression. His sister was very confident in her own appearance and martial skills. However, honestly speaking, Dong Huangsheng was really more beautiful than Qing Chong. It was no wonder that the crown prince doted on her so much. Qing Chong's expression was uncertain. As for the truth of the matter, she would investigate it herself. However, there was one thing that she knew. Dong Huangsheng dared to sow discord between the Qing family and the crown prince's cousin. Qing Chong would definitely not let this matter rest. Big brother, I will deal with this matter myself. For the next few days, you should pay more attention to your hand. 2 days later, it will be the Azalea banquet in the palace. At that time, you should enter the palace together with mother. Qing Chong was thinking about how she should teach Dong Huangsheng a lesson. Sister, you can't be serious, right? My hand is already in such a state. How am I supposed to enter the palace? Wouldn't I be laughed at by others? Qing Meng's face was filled with red and white patches. Later Qin's palace banquet wasn't something that could be attended so easily. The men would compete with each other in terms of martial skills while the women would compete with each other in terms of beauty. If this matter were to spread out that his hand was broken by Crown Prince Dugu because he was teasing the future Crown Princess, where would he be able to put his face? Yes, I want to be laughed at by others. You also know that the Green Empress cares a lot about her face. For the sake of a woman, her son actually crippled her own nephew. Such a big matter. If she were to find out about it, who do you think she would deal with first? Qing Chong's beautiful face became blurry. Last time, Li Huali merely lost a granny, and the Crown Prince's mansion was already filled with ridicule. When Li Huali saw her, she couldn't even raise her head. This time, her own big brother was directly crippled. Thinking back to Madame Qi Bai's mocking expression back then, Qing Chong's teeth became sore. Qing Meng could afford to lose face like this, but Qing Chong, couldn't. This time, the Crown Prince's cousin taught her big brother a heavy lesson. During the banquet, if she were to make things difficult for Dong Huangsheng, the Crown Prince would definitely not allow it. Since she couldn't do it, then she would let the Green Empress do it. Qing Chong was the Green Empress's niece. Since she was young, she often went in and out of the palace. Thus, she knew the Green Empress's temper very well. The Green Empress was once the #1 beauty in later Qin. Although she was already 40 years old, her appearance was still like that of a young girl. After she became the Empress, she seemed to be very graceful and magnanimous. However, she was actually very narrow-minded and liked to be jealous. Especially in recent years, when the later Qin's emperor, Dugusheng, started to take in concubines, the Green Empress had always hated those women who were more beautiful than her. She was very protective of the Qing clan. In the past, Duguxiu had been tolerating Qing Meng because of the Green Empress. Dong Huangsheng's appearance, without a doubt, broke the Qing clan's tyrannical situation. With this, the Green Empress definitely wouldn't sit by and do nothing. Chong, you are so smart. Let's do it this way. When the time comes, I will pretend to be more pitiful. When Qing Meng thought of being able to take revenge, his eyes lit up. The two siblings discussed for an entire night. Only when the rooster crows did Qing Chong return to the Crown Prince's mansion. When she passed by the Taksha garden, she sneered and thought to herself, Dong Huangsheng, I will let you be proud for a few more days. Let's see if you can still become the Crown Prince's consort by then. Chapter 882. Early in the morning, Dong Huangling patiently took out a set of clothes and gestured in front of Yunsheng. Yunsheng rolled her eyes. She had already lost count of how many sets of clothes Ling had chosen. There's no need to choose anymore. I have decided to wear this one. Yunsheng closed her eyes and casually pointed. Her finger pointed at a blue dress. This won't do. This dress is too plain. Today, you will be attending the Azalea banquet in the palace. Those women in the Crown Prince's residence will definitely think of ways to be in the limelight. I can't enter the palace. You have to be careful. Dong Huangling spoke as if she was a housekeeper. Dong Huangling was pretending to be a maid. She was worried that someone would recognize her. Therefore, she couldn't accompany Yunsheng into the palace. Luckily, Ling had already taught Yunsheng all kinds of etiquette related to the palace. Although Yunsheng was lazy when it came to learning, she was smart enough. With just a little bit of guidance, she was able to understand the etiquette of the imperial family. Ling, you seem to have forgotten one thing. I don't want to be the crown prince's concubine, and I don't want to attract anyone's attention. I just want to be a good-for-nothing princess. Yunsheng changed into the blue dress and casually combed her hair into a simple hairstyle. Only then did Dong Huangling drop the subject. Yunsheng had stayed in the boundless continent for many years. She had learned everything, but the only thing she didn't know was how to comb her hair. Who asked her to grow up in a rural place like Banana Leaf Village? Later on, when she entered the Jade capital, she spent all her time with Gu Feng and the others or with the hunters. Whatever girls knew, Yunsheng didn't know. As for her nominal maid, Dong Huangling, she had the life of a princess since she was young. She grew up being served by maids. Thus, she didn't know how to comb her hair. Yunsheng walked out of the snow-treading garden. After taking a few steps, she saw a group of orioles walking over. Duguxiu was wearing a luxurious black robe with a golden python on it. His long hair was tied up, making him look less wild and more handsome. Looking at the women beside Duguxiu, they were Madame Qi Bai, Qing Chong, and Li Huali. Among the three of them, Madame Qi Bai was enchanting and gorgeous, wearing a purple dress. Qing Chong was valiant and cool, wearing a modified apricot yellow dress. As for Li Huali, she was wearing a peach-red dress, which added to her beauty. Among the group of women who looked like peacocks spreading their tails, Yunsheng was the only one who was dressed in aqua blue. She had almost no makeup on her face and looked too simple. When Duguxiu saw this, he frowned, but soon relaxed his brows. It turned out that Duguxiu's eagle eyes were scanning Yunsheng's body and face. After looking around, he couldn't help but admit that Yunsheng's appearance was not bad. Yunsheng was born beautiful. Her black hair was like clouds, her lips were red, and her eyebrows were black. Even though she was not wearing anything, she still looked unique among the gorgeously dressed concubines. The only jewelry on her body was the ancient jade bracelet on her wrist. That jade bracelet was worn by Yunsheng at all times. Duguxiu had checked it earlier and found that it was not a storage bracelet. That was why he allowed Yunsheng to wear it. Although he could not tell what material the bracelet was made of, in contrast to Yunsheng's slender wrist, the ancient bracelet was translucent and white. It was even more exquisite than the most expensive mutton fat jade bracelet. She looked elegant and refined. She really had the temperament of a royal princess. However, if she really attended the Azalea banquet like this, she would probably still be criticized. To men, the royal banquet was a courtesy in the officialdom. To women, it was a competition between each other, from clothes and jewelry to their male offspring. Yunsheng was the future crown prince consort. Before she married into the family, her words and actions were restricted by others. Duguxiu was not willing for her to be ridiculed at the banquet. "Where are the jewelry that this crown prince gave you?" Duguxiu stared at Yunsheng. Yunsheng would not tell Duguxiu that all his jewelry had been sold to the pawnshops in later Qin. They had all become shiny purple coins of the empire. With money, one would not have to worry about being a ghost. That was the first life principle that Yunsheng learned after coming to the boundless land. "I'm just a boorish girl from the countryside. Your Highness already knew my temper when you met me. I hate wearing gold and silver. If your highness doesn't like it, then I won't enter the palace. Yunsheng was too lazy to enter the palace and pretended to go back. Just a small crown prince residence was already in a foul atmosphere, not to mention the palace in later Qin. Wait, did this crown prince ask you to go back? You're fine like this. Duguxiu's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Why was this woman so clueless about the situation? Duguxiu thought for a moment and took out a small box. It was a jewelry box with unique craftsmanship. After opening the box, Duguxiu took out a pair of pomegranate red earrings and pretended to put them on Yunsheng's ears. However, Yunsheng was vigilant and took a step back. She looked like she did not want strangers to come close. Duguxiu's eyes darkened and his hand froze in midair. A storm was brewing on his face. Your Highness, you're so clumsy. Don't hurt the princess. Let me help the princess put on the earrings. Madame Qi Bai pursed her lips and smiled. She walked forward and cleverly resolved Duguxiu's awkwardness. When she saw the pair of earrings that Duguxiu gave Yunsheng, a trace of unconcealable jealousy flashed past her eyes. When had Duguxiu ever spent so much effort to please a woman? What was so good about this damned Yunsheng? Needless to say, Qing Chong and Li Huali were so envious that their eyes turned red. When Yunsheng put on the earrings, she felt a warm current pass through them. Ever since Duguxiu used his unique combat skill to bind her magic power, she had always felt that her luck wasn't running smoothly. Even though Yunsheng had used the jade marrow technique to regulate her breathing many times, she still couldn't break free from Duguxiu's Do Qi binding. However, when she put on the earrings, she did feel that the jade marrow art in her body flowed more smoothly. Her hands and feet also became more nimble. After everything was ready, Duguxiu led the 4 women in a palace carriage to the eastern palace of the imperial granary. It was also the Taiyang Palace where Duguxiu, the Empress, and the other concubines were staying. Yunsheng and Madame Qi Bai sat in the same carriage. Madame Qi Bai chatted casually. When they arrived at the Taiyang Palace, Yunsheng got out of the carriage. Duguxiu's carriage had just stopped when it was surrounded by a group of later Qin nobles and officials. In front of the Taiyang Palace, there was a beautiful scene of flowers. The corridors on both sides of the palace were filled with gorgeous azaleas. I'm going to pay my respects to my aunt. I won't accompany you, sisters. After getting out of the carriage, Qing Chong left them behind and went to the harem alone to find the Qing Empress. Humph, what's so great about her? She's just relying on her aunt, the Empress. Li Huali was half jealous and half angry. Let's go to the 1,000 Purple Palace to see the noble consort. Li Huali was not easy to deal with. Consort Zi of the 1,000 Purple Palace was a new concubine that the later Qin emperor had taken in before the new year. She was close in age to Li Huali and was very favored. Li Huali took the opportunity to befriend her. Princess, there's still about an hour before the azalea banquet begins. I'll leave for a moment. If Princess likes, you can take a stroll around the flower garden. Madame Qi Bai nodded and walked in the direction of Duguxiu. Unlike Qing Chong and Li Huali, Qi Bai was more willing to stay by Duguxiu's side and interact with the later Qi nobles and officials. After the 3 women left, Yunsheng's ears finally had some peace and quiet. She started to wander around the Taiyang Palace. Silence. Everyone misses the fox. We can understand. In 72 hours, the fox will appear. Chapter 883. Qing Chong left the people of the Crown Prince residence and headed for Blue Empress Danhuang Palace. As soon as she entered Danhuang Palace, she smelled a charming fragrance. A beautiful woman was lying on a couch with her eyes closed. 2 maids were kneeling in front of her, applying medicine for her. It was hard to tell how old the woman was. There was no trace of age on her face. Her skin was white and supple, and her oval-shaped face was covered in heavy makeup. Her red lips were sexy and full. She wore a red low-cut palace dress that accentuated her alluring curves. Taking a closer look, the beautiful woman and Qing Chong had similar features. However, compared to Qing Chong, the beautiful woman was less immature and had more of a mature woman's beauty. As soon as Qing Qiang came forward, she stood behind the beautiful woman obediently and helped her massage her shoulders. Chong, you're here. You haven't come to Danhuang Palace for a while. Come, let me take a good look at you. The woman's long eyelashes trembled as she opened her eyes. Seeing Qing Chong, her expression softened. She pulled Qing Chong in front of her and took a closer look. Frowning, Blue Empress asked, Chong, why do you look so haggard? Did Li Huali or Qi Bai provoke you? Blue Empress was the eldest daughter of the great Qing family. Because she was the mother of Crown Prince Duguxiu, she had reigned supreme in the harem for nearly 20 years. No one could shake her position. She had always wanted a daughter. Unfortunately, later Qin had many concubines, so Duguxiu only bestowed her a son. Qing Chong had been in and out of Imperial Granary Palace since she was a child. Her temperament and appearance were very similar to Blue Empress, so Blue Empress had always treated her as her own. She even bestowed a marriage upon Qing Chong after she expressed interest in her cousin Duguxiu. Blue Empress originally wanted to support Qing Chong as Duguxiu's first wife. She would inherit the throne of the later Qin Empress. Who knew that the later Qin Emperor would betroth Duguxiu to that idiot princess from the eastern capital? Blue Empress had even quarreled with Duguxiu over this matter. In Blue Empress' eyes, the eastern capital was already on the decline. Apart from a legitimate bloodline of the imperial family, how could the eastern capital's princess compare to a woman of the Qing family? What's more, news of Grand Princess Donghuang running away from the marriage made Empress even more disdainful of the eastern capital's princess. Qing Chong's eyes reddened. Aunt, who else could it be? It's that commoner from the eastern capital?
What?
Qing Chong's mother's Qing Chong's appearance? Qing Chong's temper. She was Chong's. Qing Chong's. Qing Chong's. Qing Chong's temperament was similar to hers. She had a strong temper, and she had her support on a daily basis. A lowly princess who had just entered the residence and had not even gotten married dared to provoke Qing Chong? She didn't give her the cold shoulder. On the first night she came in, she forced Nanny He, Li Huali's maid, to death. Cousin Crown Prince not only didn't blame her, but also asked her to move to Yu Pavilion. But that woman was very arrogant. Not only did she not obey, but she also set up a bunch of traps in Yu Pavilion and injured one of Cousin Crown Prince's guards. Even Cousin Crown Prince was driven out. Qing Chong's series of complaints made Blue Empress's expression change. How could there be such a big commotion on the first day of the bride's arrival? Not only did Xiu not get angry, but he also asked that rude woman to move to Yu Pavilion. Because of his childhood experiences, Duguxiu's was cold. Even to Empress Qing Chong, his mother, he was not very polite. Needless to say, Yu Pavilion, which he regarded as a forbidden area, was open to that woman. It could be seen that the commoner princess from the eastern capital had some tricks up her sleeve. Not only that, that woman also likes to attract bees and butterflies. Before she entered the residence, she had flirted with Prince Duguxian. That day, she was still seducing my eldest brother in Tianya House. He accidentally fell into her trap and was seen by Cousin Crown Prince. Cousin Crown Prince crippled my eldest brother's right hand. I'm afraid that his hand won't be able to recover. When Qing Chong spoke of her grievances, tears rolled down her cheeks. Preposterous. That woman really thinks that she has some status. Later Qin is not the eastern capital. Blue Empress became angry. The palace maid who was kneeling in front of her was kicked away by Blue Empress Qing Chong. The palace maid who was kneeling in front of Blue Empress Qing Chong was so scared that she curled up on the ground and didn't dare to move. Blue Empress Qing Chong was very protective of her people. Under her protection, the people of Qing Mansion had always been running amok in later Qin. Dong Huangsheng had just arrived in later Qin, and she was already running amok. In the future, even Blue Empress Qing Chong, as her mother, would have to listen to her when doing things. That's right. Concubine mother, you have to properly teach that woman a lesson. She's too arrogant. I don't know what method she used to make Crown Prince cousin run around in circles. Qing Chong saw that Qing Empress was angry and secretly rejoiced. However, that woman is, after all, a princess who came from the eastern capital. Speaking of status, she is a member of the royal family. If you teach her a lesson, I'm afraid that the emperor and the crown prince wouldn't agree to it. Although Blue Empress Qing Chong was angry, she wasn't rash. Since she was able to climb up to the throne by borrowing Dong Huangsheng's seed, she naturally had some tricks up her sleeves. And are we just going to let that little bitch run amok? Qing Chong was unhappy. Don't worry. Isn't there going to be the Azalea banquet later on? According to the rules of the past years, how would the Azalea banquet be peaceful? Chung, just wait and see how your aunt is going to teach that little bitch a lesson. Blue Empress Qing Chong had a kind expression on her face. However, the venomous glint in her eyes caused others to shiver. Those palace maids who were kneeling on the ground couldn't help but shiver. Last time, when Blue Empress Qing Chong killed a palace maid who was favored by the emperor, she had the same expression on her face. Taiyang Palace was very big. The main banquet was held in the front hall. Yunsheng thought that the front hall was sunny and beautiful. It was a completely different scene from the stepping snow garden where Yunsheng stayed. The azalea flowers here bloomed beautifully. There were red, purple, white, and orange colors. After avoiding the crowd, Yunsheng only felt refreshed. Now, she was like a canary. Although she seemed to be free, she couldn't get away. However, Duguxiu didn't need to be complacent. Did he really think that trapping her was enough? Ma Yin's matter was just the beginning. She would soon make Duguxiu regret bringing her back to the later Qin. In this palace, not only are the flowers well grown, but the herbs are also well grown. After Yunsheng walked past a cluster of azalea flowers, she saw a field of herbs that were growing well. Yunsheng was a doctor. She was 100 times more interested in herbs than azalea flowers. There were all kinds of saint-grade and high-grade herbs in this medicinal field. If Miss knew why these herbs and flowers bloomed so well, I'm afraid you wouldn't be in the mood to appreciate them. A sudden voice interrupted Yunsheng's sigh. Yunsheng only noticed that there was a middle-aged man beside the medicinal field. Yunsheng was shocked. She didn't know when the gardener was here. Yunsheng didn't notice his appearance. Chapter 884. The man was about 40 years old. He had a masculine face, grayish-brown hair, and was not tall. He was dressed simply, but he did not look like a eunuch in the palace, nor did he look like an attendant of some noble or minister. He looked like a gardener who was in charge of this herb field. When he saw Yunsheng, a look of amazement flashed across the man's eyes. However, that was all. Soon, his eyes returned to normal. Yunsheng secretly saw this in her eyes, but she did not say anything. "Master, why do you say that?" Yunsheng looked around. "Miss, this must be your first time attending the Azalea banquet. No wonder you don't know the history of this herb field and Taiyang Palace." The middle-aged gardener was serious as he turned the soil in the herb field. What does this herb field have to do with the Azalea banquet? Yunsheng did not understand. "Miss, why do you think the Azalea banquet is called the Azalea banquet?" "That is because azaleas sweep blood. Legend has it that azaleas are evil flowers. After being stained with blood, they will bloom even more enchantingly. Over the years, people would die at the Azalea banquet, and those dead people would be buried in this herb field." What he meant was that he was going to use human flesh and blood as fertilizer for the flowers. After the gardener finished speaking, he looked at Yunsheng with a probing look, as if he wanted to see the fear on Yunsheng's face. A princess who did not know magic or dou qi would be scared out of her wits if she heard such a thing. However, Yunsheng disappointed him. She glanced at the medicinal field and said with a smile, "It's the cycle of nature. Many people have died in this medicinal field, but many people have also been saved. It's quite miraculous. Don't you think it's too cruel to use artificial fertilizer?" The middle-aged gardener was surprised. The weak are prey to the strong. If you and I were people who cared about flowers, how would we have the chance to stand in this herb field and chat? However, master, you shouldn't have planted the 6-leaf dark epiphyllum and the jasper grass together. These two grasses are yin and yang. Planting them together will affect each other's growth. As Yunxing spoke, she pointed to a corner of the medicinal field. You know medicine? The middle-aged gardener no longer looked down on Yunxing. This woman was far more powerful than her harmless appearance. I know a little. Yunxing smiled and told the gardener how to plant a few herbs. The gardener still wanted to say something, but he glanced behind Yunxing and continued to turn the soil, leaving his back to Yunxing. Yunxing wanted to ask more questions, but her nose twitched slightly. She smelled an unfamiliar fragrance of cosmetics in the air. Oh, this can't be the princess from the eastern capital, right? Princess, why did you lower yourself to come to such a dirty place? Behind her, a chattering female voice drifted over. Young Mistress Qing, you don't know, but I heard that before Princess Donghuang was recognized, she grew up in the countryside. Perhaps she felt a sense of closeness to this place. You saw her chatting with the gardener just now. It's true that birds of a feather flock together, another female voice said. Just by smelling the fragrance of all kinds of expensive cosmetics, Yunxing knew that there was more than one person here. Now that she was in the later Qin palace, she would have to compete with those later Qin noblewomen. She furrowed her brows slightly and turned around unhappily. The moment she turned around, Yunxing put on the most standard royal smile on her face. Not far away, a few noble women walked over. In the middle of the crowd was a young woman wearing a golden cloud dress and a golden buyao with 100 birds in her hair. This group of upper-class Qin women had heavy makeup on, and as they walked, they were graceful and charming. The palace banquets of Ho Qin were a place for women to compete with each other. From their appearance to their clothing, there was nothing they could not compare to. When they saw Yunxing, they more or less looked at her with disdain. But when they saw Yunxing's appearance again, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. In particular, the woman in the most gorgeous golden dress had a look of resentment in her eyes. Yunxing didn't recognize the woman in the golden dress, but that woman recognized Yunxing. She was the first wife of the later Qin Major General Qing Meng of General Wudi's household. This woman was also from a prominent family in later Qin. She had always been popular among the noblewomen because she had married into the Qing household. She had just entered the palace and heard from Qing Chong's coachman that Princess Donghuang had gone to the back of the palace alone. She had heard that her husband's right hand had been crippled by Prince Dugu for taking liberties with Princess Donghuang. She didn't blame her husband. Instead, she felt that Princess Donghuang was a seductive vixen. She planned to teach Yunxing a lesson when the men weren't around. Along the way, Qing Chong couldn't help but add fuel to the fire and talk about the bad deeds of this lowly princess from the eastern capital. She said that she was a good-for-nothing princess from the commoners, and that Prince Dugu had abandoned her on the first day of marriage and chased her to the most remote courtyard in the crown prince's household. With these rumors and Qing Chong's embellishment, these noble women from later Qin had already formed an impression in their hearts. This princess of the Donghuang dynasty was a lowly woman who liked to seduce men and was also a good-for-nothing. They had to be wary of her to prevent their men from being seduced by that vixen. When they arrived at the herb field, the noble women saw Princess Donghuang chatting with a lowly gardener. Looking at Yunxing's plain dress, these noble women looked down on her even more. But when Yunxing turned around, all the noble women felt their eyes light up. The azaleas in Taiyang Palace were already bright enough, and these noble women from later Qin had also dressed up meticulously. But the moment Yunxing turned around, those colorful azaleas dimmed a little. This so-called princess from the commoners. Bright black eyes, shapely eyebrows, feathery eyelashes, white and flawless skin that exuded a natural faint blush, and lips that were neither thin nor thick were like the most enchanting red azaleas, delicate and alluring. This woman was so beautiful that she didn't seem like a mortal. Would Prince Dugu neglect such a rare beauty? These noble women were all from noble families, and although they usually flattered Qing Chong, they weren't stupid. The princess is wearing soul crystal earrings. one of the noblewomen said with sharp eyes. She saw the red color on Yunsheng's earlobes. In an instant, the group of noblewomen surrounded her. It's really soul crystal earrings. I heard that only Mastermind can make these earrings. Even Qing Chong only has one pair. I heard from my man that a few days ago, he accompanied Prince Dugu to custom-make a pair for Mastermind. The group of noblewomen who had been mocking Yunsheng looked at each other as if their tongues had been bitten by a dog. The earrings that Prince Dugu had personally found someone to custom-make were not worn by anyone else in the Qing mansion, but only by Princess Dong Huang. Didn't this mean that the prince had a special liking for Dong Huang? Your Highness, your skin is really good. Only your Highness is worthy of this earring. This group of noblewomen was not stupid. They immediately changed their tone and were all like ants that had seen honey. They abandoned young Madame Qing and surrounded Yunsheng. Chapter 885. Young Mistress Qing, who was still acting high and mighty like a peacock a moment ago, was now ignored by everyone. Young Mistress Qing gritted her teeth in anger, but it wasn't good for her to flare up. No matter what, young Mistress Qing was just the wife of a young general. However, Dong Huangsheng was different. As long as Crown Prince Dugu doted on her, she would be the Empress. All of her men would have to listen to Crown Prince Dugu's whims. Madam, you are too polite. I see that Madam's skin is yellowish and dark. Is it because you don't sleep well? Yunsheng had a gentle look on her face, as if she didn't hear the mocking from the crowd at all. Princess, how did you know? That Madam was very surprised. Her body had been very unwell recently, and she couldn't sleep well at night. And this, Madam, you have spots on your cheeks. It must be because of your irregular menstruation. You need to get it treated. Yunsheng glanced at the faces of the madams. These madams were all wearing heavy makeup to hide their dark skin and spots on their cheeks. Yes. Princess, I have invited many doctors, but none of them could find anything wrong. I have learned some medical skills in my early years, and I also know some beauty maintenance methods. If madams are interested, I can discuss more with you. Yunsheng said as she told everyone her beauty maintenance methods. These madams then looked at Yunsheng and saw that she wasn't wearing any makeup. Her skin was as clear as jade, bright and smooth, and it was as if an egg had been peeled off its shell. All of them believed in Yunsheng's words without a doubt. These madams all wished that they could become younger and prettier so that they could control the hearts of their men. However, although there were specialized doctors in the boundless continent, none of them knew how to maintain their beauty. Yunsheng was a medical expert from the modern era. In the modern era, because women loved beauty, they would go to all kinds of beauty salons. Yunsheng was also very knowledgeable about beauty maintenance. What external and internal application? What daily exercise? One after another, these madams from the later Qin dynasty were mesmerized by Yunsheng's new concepts. They wished that they could immediately become close friends with Yunsheng. A group of people surrounded Yunsheng and chattered noisily as they escorted Yunsheng towards the front hall. Young Madame Qing didn't even have the chance to interrupt. She was so angry that she kicked the soil on the ridge of the herb field a few times and walked back resentfully. After the women left, the gardener, who was still digging the soil, stood up. He patted the soil off his body and looked in the direction Yunsheng left in deep thought. As they walked back to the front hall, the women became familiar with Yunsheng and forgot that they were here to provoke Yunsheng. Dugu Xiao and Madame Qi Bai were escorted by a group of nobles and officials. They just happened to see this scene. It seems that the princess has some tricks up her sleeve. She got along well with the madams so quickly. Madame Qi Bai was envious. She originally wanted to take advantage of the opportunity of abandoning Yunsheng to make her suffer all kinds of ridicule and suffer some losses. Who would have known that not only was Yunsheng not ostracized, but she also behaved and talked well with a group of upper-class women, as if she had known them for a long time. This made Madame Qi Bai endlessly envious. Not only Madame Qi Bai, but Dugu Xiao was also very surprised by Yunsheng's performance. He always thought that Yunsheng was crafty and cold, but he didn't know that she had such tricks up her sleeves. This woman, how did she subdue this group of troublesome madams in the imperial court in such a short time? Duguxiu walked closer and listened. He saw that Yunsheng was talking enthusiastically. You only need to grind high-quality pearls into powder and mix it with egg white. Apply it to your face for 15 minutes and then wash it with warm water. I guarantee that everyone's skin will be bright and smooth. As Yunsheng spoke, she thought in her heart that a woman would doll herself up for her lover. This was definitely a principle that would never change since time immemorial. On the boundless continent, there were many medical centers, but there wasn't a single beauty salon. It was a pity that she couldn't even protect herself now. Otherwise, she would want to open the first beauty salon on the boundless continent. Just the money she earned from these madams would be enough to fill her basin. When Yunsheng thought of this, her eyes shone brightly. Duguxiu watched from the side and knew that Yunsheng must be up to no good again. Cough, cough. Duguxiu coughed a few times. Only then did the group of madams wake up from their daze. After bowing to the crown prince, they hurriedly retreated to the side. I didn't expect you to have some ability. Duguxiu was full of nitpicking. He would rather die than admit that because he was worried that Yunsheng wouldn't be able to handle it, he had been absent-minded since just now. It was the first time for Duguxiu to let a woman affect his state of mind. I still have many areas that I'm capable of. The crown prince will know soon. Yunsheng smiled sweetly. She calculated in her heart. She didn't seem to see mastermind today. It seemed that he had successfully escaped from Later Qin. Later Qin lost mastermind, so their military strength was undoubtedly greatly reduced. The Emperor and Empress have arrived. After a drawn-out announcement, Duguxiu and Empress Qing had arrived. Later Qin's emperor, Duguxiu, was about 40 years old. He was tall and had a head of red hair and a well-trimmed short beard. Beside him was a beautiful woman in her prime. However, compared to the Later Qin's emperor, the beautiful woman looked much younger. She was at most 30 years old. Her figure was enchanting and voluptuous, and she had a pair of flirtatious eyes. When she looked around, she was quite charming. May the emperor live for 10,000 years. May the empress live for 1,000 years. After the officials kowtowed, they took their seats. With the arrival of the empress, the Azalea banquet officially began. Later Qin's emperor and empress sat on the seats of honor. Duguxiu and the other wives of the crown prince's residence sat on the right side of the empress. As for the left side, it was Duguxian and his wives. Duguxiu and Yunsheng sat alone at a table. The remaining 3 people could only sit on the left side of the table. This must be Princess Donghuang. Her appearance is indeed outstanding, and her temperament is extraordinary. Men, reward the princess with a pair of purple gold dragon and phoenix bracelets, 20 pieces of luminous cloud gauze, and 2 pairs of jade rui. Later Qin's emperor looked at Yunsheng, nodded, and began to reward her. Thank you, father. Duguxiu stood up and thanked him on behalf of Yunsheng. For the sake of money, Yunsheng could only reluctantly nod her head. However, she would rather die than call him imperial father. Qing Empress Qing saw Yunsheng's appearance. She was indeed much more beautiful than Qing Chong. She then looked at her son. Ever since Dong Huangsheng sat beside him, his eyes never left Dong Huangsheng. However, Dong Huangsheng seemed to dislike Duguxiu sitting beside him. There was quite a distance between the two of them. During the Azalea banquet, which official wife didn't try their best to please their men. They would serve the dishes and pour wine for them. Dong Huangsheng was the only one who only cared about eating. In the eyes of others, Princess Dong Huang seemed to be shy and didn't want to get close to Duguxiu. However, in Qing Empress' eyes, Dong Huangsheng was arrogant and was playing hard to get with Duguxiu. When she saw the pair of soul crystal earrings on Yunsheng's ears, Qing Empress raised her eyes slightly, and the sternness in her eyes disappeared. Chapter 886. Qing Empress naturally recognized the soul crystal ear studs. Qing Empress also had a pair of similar ear studs. However, in terms of quality and the value of the soul crystal, her pair of ear studs were far inferior to Dong Huangsheng's pair. Qing Empress thought that during the Azalea banquet, she didn't even wear the soul crystal ear studs to attend the banquet. Dong Huangsheng, a princess who hadn't even married into the Qing family, actually dared to be so ostentatious. She was obviously showing off in front of her and the Qing family. Furthermore, she also saw that her nephew Qing Meng's right hand was still crippled. Just now, when he wanted to go up and propose a toast to Dugu Xiu with his broken hand, he was scared off by Dugu Xiu's cold gaze. At this moment, her beloved niece, Qing Chong, could only sit beside Dong Huangsheng and look at Dugu Xiu with a face full of adoration. When Qing Empress saw this, the dissatisfaction in her heart became even stronger. After admiring the flowers, a group of male and female martial artists went up and performed a dance of swords and sabers, displaying the unique customs of the later Qin dynasty. Your Majesty, we have already had 3 rounds of wine, and everyone has had enough of admiring the flowers. Why don't we follow the tradition of the previous years and add some color to the Azalea banquet? Qing Empress took a sip of wine and looked at Qing Chong with her beautiful eyes. Haha, you're right. Then, let's do what we did in the past. This time, let's compete with our combat skills. 1 year has passed, and I also want to see what new combat skills the men of the later Qin dynasty have learned. When Dugu Sheng heard that, he nodded his head and agreed. Yunsheng looked around and saw that everyone had a nervous and excited expression. It was as if they weren't surprised by what was going to happen next. The customs of the later Qin dynasty were very valiant. If it was just a palace banquet, it would be too ordinary to just admire the flowers and dance. In the past years, there would always be a competition during the Azalea banquet. The men would perform their best combat skills, and the one who lost, which was also the weakest one, would be dragged out and beheaded to be used as fertilizer for the flowers. However, there were always pros and cons. There were also some warriors who performed outstandingly at the Azalea banquet and were favored by the later Qin emperor. They were promoted and rewarded, and their careers soared. This rule had existed since the ancient later Qin dynasty. Therefore, every time the aristocratic martialists of the later Qin dynasty received an invitation to the Azalea banquet, they were both frightened and delighted. Are you going to show off your skills as well? Yunsheng glanced at Dugu Xiu. According to tradition, this crown prince is the last to go up. What? Are you worried about this crown prince? Dugu Xiu stared at Yunsheng. Yunsheng had just drunk a few mouthfuls of wine. Her face was slightly red, which made her look even more beautiful. Her eyes sparkled, but there was a charm that was different from usual. Dugu Xiu couldn't help but stare in a daze. I just want to know, if you lose, will you be directly dragged out to be used as fertilizer? Yunsheng rolled her eyes. Dugu Xiu's handsome face clearly stiffened. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he suppressed his anger. Don't worry, in the entire later Qin dynasty, there is no one who can compare to this crown prince. However, the Azalea banquet has always been fair. 3 years ago, this crown prince's 14th brother was also sentenced to death because his combat skills were inferior. That's good. The fairer it is, the more exciting it will be. Yunsheng grabbed a sour plum and nibbled on it with relish. She was up to no good in her heart. Just as Yunsheng was happily nibbling on the plum, she suddenly caught a hostile gaze. She raised her head slightly and saw Qing Ho coldly glaring at her. A bad feeling arose in her heart. As expected, Qing Ho suddenly smiled. Your Majesty, why don't we change the rules for this year's Azalea banquet? It's boring to watch you men compete every day. Why don't we also let the female guests present show their skills? Her Majesty is right. Every year, it's us old men competing. We're already tired of competing until we're covered in sweat. Everyone knows that the women of later Qin dynasty aren't inferior to men. Let's have a competition, and let us old men broaden our horizons. Qing Meng suppressed his anger and waited for the revenge that his younger sister had mentioned earlier. Finally, Qing Ho opened her mouth. Qing Meng immediately knew that the opportunity to take revenge had arrived. He and Qing Ho Foreign beside him hurriedly agreed. The other powers that were subordinate to Qing Ho also chimed in. Duga Xiu's gaze suddenly turned cold. What is going on? Mother already knew that Yun Sheng didn't know how to use Do Qi, and she also didn't know how to use magic. For her to suddenly suggest a competition, her intention couldn't be any more obvious. Among the ladies that were present at the Azalea banquet today, they either knew how to use magic or Do Qi. The only one that didn't know anything was Yun Sheng. Father, I don't think that this matter is appropriate. Duga Xiu still wanted to reject this matter. Xiu are on the battlefield. You men have the final say. However, in the imperial harem, you still have to listen to your mother. Men rule the country, while women rule the imperial harem. If you don't even dare to participate in a small competition like the Azalea banquet, how are you going to convince everyone? Qing Ho glanced at Duga Xiu. From her tone, one could tell that she was displeased. Dong Huangsheng hadn't even married into the family yet, and Xiu had already disobeyed her in public. In the future, when that woman marries into the family and has a child, wouldn't she still be able to climb over her head? Duga Xiu and Qing Ho stared at each other. In an instant, the smell of gunpowder filled the air. Empress, Crown Prince, why are the two of you arguing? Why don't you let me make the decision? The competition will still be a competition, just that it won't be a competition of battle skills like before. There are also female guests from other countries here. Why don't we have a competition of battle skills that can be used by magicians, warriors, or even ordinary people? Seeing that Qing Ho and Duga Xiu were arguing, Duga Sheng quickly became the peacemaker. Everyone in the palace knew that Dong Huangsheng didn't know how to use Do Qi or magic. It was obvious that Qing Ho was against Dong Huangsheng because of Qing Chong. However, the marriage between Dong Huangsheng and Dong Huang dynasty was facilitated by Duga Sheng. After weighing the pros and cons, he didn't want to offend either side. However, at the same time, he had to side with both sides. Your Majesty is wise. Qing Chong has an idea. Why don't we compete in archery? Qing Chong saw that and suggested an idea. Archery was a skill that required skills and eyesight. It really didn't have anything to do with Do Qi or magic. After hearing what Qing Chong said, Duga Xiu looked at Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng's expression didn't change at all. She made an indifferent gesture and said, "Let's compete." I don't care. It's just that the content of the competition has been changed. Whether the result of the competition should be changed or not, shouldn't it be made clear beforehand? Of course. The content of the competition can be accommodated, but the last place can't be changed. Qing Ho's eyes glowed fiercely. According to the tradition, the last place of the Azalea banquet would be used as fertilizer. All the female guests, other than Qing Chong, showed a hint of unwillingness. Yun Sheng saw this and sneered in her heart. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. We'll do whatever the Empress thinks is good. Yun Sheng smiled. It seemed like Qing Ho wanted her to be fertilizer. That's good. If I don't teach these people a lesson, they won't know why the flowers are so red. Chapter 887. Duga Sheng didn't expect his future daughter-in-law from the East Emperor dynasty to be so forthright. His interest was immediately piqued, and he ordered, "Since that's the case, then it's settled. Men, set up the target." Beside Qing Meng, Madame Qing tugged at her husband anxiously. "Are we really going to compete? I'm not good at archery. What if? What if? You even dare to compete with Dong Huangsheng? What are you afraid of? The last one will definitely be that idiotic princess. Let's see who can protect her." Qing Meng rolled his eyes at his wife. Most of the girls in the later Qing dynasty had learned horsemanship and archery when they were young, but not all of them specialized in archery, like Qing Chong. Therefore, Madame Qing wasn't the only one who was anxious. But on second thought, no matter how bad she was, she couldn't be worse than Dong Huangsheng. Everyone looked at Dong Huangsheng. Her skin was soft and tender, as if she hadn't even seen the sun for a few times. Then, they looked at her hands. She didn't look like she had ever held a weapon before. Thinking about it this way, 99% of the people had already decided that Dong Huangsheng would be the one to be the fertilizers. Duga Sheng ordered. Then, A few warriors carried a target that was half a man's height to the stage. The target of the later Qin dynasty wasn't an ordinary grass target. It was half a meter in diameter, and the target was made of extremely tough golden arrow grass. It was covered with a 2-inch thick rhinoceros skin. The red at the center of the target was dyed with the blood of magical beasts. The weight of such an animal skin target alone was more than 50 kilograms. When it was carried up, one could feel the steaming smell of the battlefield. If one didn't have good arm strength, it would be difficult for him to even hit the target, let alone the red spot. Your Majesty, since there is a competition, there should be a referee to show fairness. Why don't I be the referee? Madame Qing seemed to be in a good mood. She volunteered to be the referee. Why don't I be the referee? What do you think, Your Majesty? A warrior in a white robe walked over. Director Song, what brings you here? The later Qin emperor couldn't help but smile when he saw who it was. The noble princes and concubines present all stood up and bowed respectfully to the person who had come. Master. Duguxiu walked forward with his usual coldness. Yunsheng was also surprised. This Director Song was the middle-aged flower farmer she had met in the medicine field earlier. He was still dressed as a gardener, but unexpectedly, he was the curator of the Big Dipper Martial Hall. Director Song was not only the director of the Big Dipper Martial Hall, but he was also Duguxiu's teacher. Back then, Duguxiu had learned all his combat skills from Director Song. He didn't hold any official position in the imperial court, but he could freely enter and leave the palace. He was undoubtedly the #1 martial artist in the later Qin dynasty. Director Song's origin was very mysterious, and his cultivation was also very high. There were rumors in the outside world that his cultivation had even surpassed the first level of martial emperor. However, Director Song was indifferent by nature, but he was also upright and plain-spoken. He had always disliked the complicated formalities of the imperial court. Every year, Duguxiu would host the palace's Azalea banquet and invite him, but according to the rules of previous years, he had never attended. Therefore, his sudden appearance at today's Azalea banquet naturally came as a shock to everyone. Qing Ho's expression changed slightly when she saw Director Song. The later Qin emperor and the others might not know Director Song's origin, but Qing Ho knew. Director Song was sent by the Qilin clan's patriarch, He Yao, to teach Duguxiu martial skills. Although he was sent by He Yao in terms of seniority, he was still He Yao's senior martial brother and was rumored to be a member of the 8 Desolate Tribes Beast God Altar. When He Yao became friends with Qing Ho, he saw that she was a very ambitious woman. She was obsessed with politics and had long wanted to control the later Qin's imperial court. In order to prevent Qing Ho from becoming too powerful in the future and controlling Duguxiu, He Yao sent Director Song to help Duguxiu ascend to the throne of the later Qin emperor as soon as possible. At the same time, he also wanted to prevent Qing Ho from becoming too powerful. Indeed, after Director Song's arrival, the relationship between Qing Ho and Duguxiu's mother and son had become quite distant. Because of this, Qing Ho was very angry with Director Song and wanted to chase him away. However, Director Song was very respected by the later Qin emperor and Duguxiu. Therefore, she could only hate him in her heart. In today's Azalea banquet, Qing Ho wanted to teach Dong Huangsheng a lesson. If she became the judge, she would naturally be able to do something during the competition. However, once Director Song came, she had no other choice but to step aside resentfully. Once Director Song came, the matter of being the judge naturally fell on him. Everyone, since His Majesty has appointed me as the judge of this competition, I will be bold and change the rules of the archery competition. Director Song changed the rules of archery. All the family members of the civil and military officials who were below the age of 30 and above the age of 14 were required to participate in the archery competition this time. The winner and loser would be determined by shooting 5 arrows. Whoever could shoot the highest number of arrows would be considered the winner. According to the rules of the past, the competition would start from the person with the lowest rank. Those who were qualified to participate in the Azalea banquet, from the rank 3 military officials to the princes and imperial concubines, were qualified to participate in the Azalea banquet. Including the future crown prince consort Yunsheng, there were a total of 30 female guests. Each person would shoot 5 arrows, which meant that there would be 150 arrows. Every single arrow had been specially treated. At the end of each arrow, there was a copper coin tied to it. On the copper coin, there were numbers 1 to 30 written on it. However, right before the competition started, Director Song opened his mouth once again. Right now, every female guest has been given 5 arrows with different numbers. This competition will only record the final result. The winner and loser will only be determined after the last person shoots all the arrows. During this period of time, the arrows that each person shoots will not be pulled out. The person who shoots later will be able to shoot down the arrow shot by the person who shot earlier. If the arrow is shot down, the previous person's result will not be counted. This was the first time Director Song had heard of such archery rules. However, this greatly increased the excitement of the archery competition. Yun Sheng was given the arrow with the number 1 at the end. According to the order, she was placed last. The first person to come up was the wife of a rank 3 military official. She received the arrow from the imperial bodyguard at the side and shot it 5 times. 5 arrows were shot in one go and landed in the 7, 8, 9 circle. As expected of the wife of a military official, her archery skills were quite good. However, even so, the military official couple's expressions were still very nervous. According to Director Song's rules, no one would know the result of this competition until the last arrow was shot. The target was very big and could easily hold 200 to 300 arrows. However, the space was limited. If one did not take the arrow, the chances of hitting the target or the arrow being shot down would greatly increase. The remaining people shot 14 to 15 people. Apart from one person whose archery skills were slightly inferior, most of their arrows landed in the 7 or 7 circle. During this time, there were 2 people whose arrows were shot down. It seems that later Qin women are indeed not inferior to men. With such archery skills, even if they were to go into battle, it would be more than enough. Duge Xiu stroked his beard and nodded in agreement. I hope that the people behind are also like this, the Green Empress said as she glanced at Yun Sheng. The family guessing competition's plot is very lively. Someone even guessed correctly. Don't be so clever. In any case, you should at least leave some food for Defu. Also, thank you for everyone's tips, subscriptions, and tickets. Chapter 888. Yun Sheng, on the other hand, looked calm. She continued eating and drinking as if this competition had nothing to do with her. Next, young Madame Qing. Young Madame Qing was the 10th from the bottom, ahead of the Crown Prince's concubines and the Crown Prince's concubines. Young Madame Qing stepped forward. 20 people had stepped forward in succession. The originally empty target was now densely packed with nearly 100 arrows. The difficulty of archery had greatly increased. Young Madame Qing was not good at archery. At this moment, she was a little nervous. Her first arrow happened to hit the arrow of the first general's wife. However, her arm was not strong enough, so the arrow was blocked and fell to the ground. Out of the 5 arrows, 1 had missed. Young Madame Qing's face turned pale, and her hands began to tremble. Her performance was not very good. She shot 4 arrows in a row, but all of them landed on the 6th or 7th ring. When young Madame Qing stepped down, her face turned green. Among all the contestants, her performance was the worst. If this went on after a few more rounds, it was Li Huali's turn. Li Huali looked weak and slender, as if she could not even lift the bow. She stepped forward, and a trace of wisdom flashed across her eyes. She pulled the bowstring, and a stream of magic power was injected into the bow. Whoosh! The arrow was released from the bowstring. The arrow hit the bullseye. Good job, the 10th ring. Concubine, Li, good shot. Li Huali looked complacent. She then shot 4 more arrows, and all of them landed on the 9th ring. In this way, Li Huali suddenly became the most outstanding archer among all the contestants. When Li Huali stepped down, she glanced at the people from the Crown Prince's mansion. The complacency in her eyes was obvious. Next, it should be this servant's turn. Madame Bai smiled and casually picked up her bow. She raised her bow and shot an arrow. Only a bang sound was heard. Her fingers moved at an amazing speed. In an instant, the 5 arrows turned into a straight line and hit the center of the arrow. The 5 arrows all hit the bullseye of the 10th ring. Good. Xiu, it seems that your crown prince mansion is also full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Madame Bai is capable of going out into the hall and onto the battlefield. You're lucky to have her. Later Qin Emperor Dugusheng praised. It was rare for a woman to have archery skills like Madame Bai. Thank you for your praise, royal father. Duguxiu nodded in satisfaction. With the Dugu father and son's praise, Qing Ho and Qing Chong were both displeased. Qing Chong has embarrassed herself. Secondary consort Qing walked forward and took the bow from Madame Bai's hands. Qing Qiang raised her bow and shot 5 arrows consecutively. 1, 2, 3, 4, and they all hit the bullseye. When it came to the last arrow, Qing Chong's eyes darkened. She sent a hidden force into the arrow and the bow. With a boom, Qing Chong's last arrow collided with Madame Bai's arrow. The 2 arrows collided and Madame Bai's arrow was immediately split into 2. Good, Chong, good archery. Qing Ho stood up and applauded Qing Chong's archery skills. Similarly, all 5 arrows hit the bullseye. The Qing family's fierce daughter. Secondary consort Qing's archery skills are on par with Madame Bai's. Dugusheng also praised. Madame Bai's expression was not good. Everyone could see that Qing Chong had deliberately shot her arrow. The last one should be Princess Donghuang. Qing Chong was pleased with herself. She turned and handed the bow to Yunsheng. The onlookers thought to themselves, with Madame Bai and Qing Chong in front, Princess Donghuang will be under a lot of pressure. Yunsheng took the arrow and frowned. I'm so sorry, Princess. I used too much strength just now, and the bow cracked. Qing Chong pretended to go forward to take a look. It turned out that her last arrow had broken a hole in the bow. Men, get a new bow. Duguxiu glanced at Qing Chong with displeasure. No need, I have my own bow and arrows. Yunsheng smiled and untied something from her waist. It was a palm-sized bow carved out of jade. If one did not pay attention, it would be easy to mistake it for a jade pendant. Yunsheng's divine sense moved slightly, and the bow that looked like a jade pendant automatically enlarged until it was a size suitable for Yunsheng. The Rui bow. Qing Chong saw the bow and jumped up without caring about his broken arm, pointing at Yunsheng's bow. Qing Chong's eyes were red with anger as she stared at the bow in Yunsheng's hand. When Yunsheng entered the palace earlier, she carried the Rui bow with her like a hanging ornament. Not many people noticed it. Yunsheng shrugged. She did not believe that Qing Chong and her sister would dare to snatch the bow. Qing Chong stared at the Rui bow, feeling as if ants were gnawing at her heart. She really did not dare to snatch the bow in front of so many people. But why would this bow appear on Donghuangsheng? Qing Meng saw this and quickly pulled Qing Chong to the side. Chong, calm down. Why do you have to care about a bow? This woman might not even be able to live past today. The whole later Qin is yours. When the time comes, you can have whatever you want mine to make for you. Qing Qiong could only suppress her anger. What her big brother said was right. So what if Donghuangsheng had a good bow? The target right now was filled with arrows. She didn't believe that Donghuangsheng, that idiot, would be able to get a good result. If she wasn't careful, she might end up as fertilizer for the flowers later. Everyone looked as if they were waiting to watch a good show. Yunsheng picked up the bow calmly. In her black eyes, a hint of golden light flashed past unnoticeably. The entire target was clearly enlarged in her mind. A hint of a smile appeared on her face. Yunsheng's fingertips shook. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 4 arrows were shot at the target in a disorderly manner. Puffed, it's actually 4 one-ring arrows. Someone laughed softly. Duguxiu's mouth twitched. Look, He did not expect Yunsheng's archery skills to be so bad. Of course, the 4 arrows that Yunsheng shot out actually hit the outermost red line of the target accurately. They were thousands of miles away from the center of the target. For one-ring arrows. Even young Madame Qing, who missed an arrow earlier, had better archery skills than Yunsheng. Dugu Xiu's eyes narrowed, and he subconsciously tightened his grip on the wine cup in his hand. He looked at Director Song, who was not far away. Director Song looked at him and nodded his head. Dugu Xiu then heaved a sigh of relief and put down the wine cup in his hand. The master and disciple communicated secretly, and the bystanders did not notice it. No matter what, Dugu Xiu's woman was not allowed to be mocked by others. Everyone's eyes were now focused on Princess Donghuang, waiting for her to shoot the last arrow. Even though this arrow was no longer of any importance to him. Qing Chong laughed at the side. Director Song, I think Princess Donghuang is tired from the journey. I'm afraid she hasn't recovered yet. Why don't I shoot the last arrow for her? Chapter 889. Qing Chong was secretly pleased with herself. Trash will always be trash. Earlier on, I thought that this woman had some brains. But now, from the looks of it, she is still an idiot. So, what if she has the Rui Bao? His archery skills were terrible. Even if he had a golden saddle, what could a crippled horse do? Dong Huangsheng had already missed 4 arrows. So, what if Qing Chong managed to hit the bullseye with her last arrow? I just don't know how Dong Huangsheng is going to deal with her if she really gets the last arrow. Could it be that she is going to kill the princess of Donghuang country? Thank you for your kind intentions, concubine Qing. However, if I miss this arrow, wouldn't concubine Qing be the one to bear the punishment for me? Yunsheng turned around and smiled. However, there wasn't a hint of gratitude in her eyes. Qing Chong snorted. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Let's see how you're going to deal with this later. Yunsheng wasn't in a hurry. She took out another arrow, knocked the arrow, and shot it out. At the side of the target, Director Song's sleeves were already ready to shoot. The instant the arrow pierced through the air, Director Song, who had been watching from the side, frowned. It was as if he had sensed something. He loosened his grip, and the qi that he had been gathering was also retracted back. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The instant Yunsheng's arrow pierced through the target that was half a meter tall suddenly shook. It was as if it was hit by a punch. The more than 100 arrows that had been shot at the target earlier jumped and fell to the ground. On the target, there was only Yunsheng's arrow left. It was especially eye-catching. That arrow hit the bullseye. It was the bullseye. Everyone, other than Dugu Xiu, had a stunned expression on their faces. I have finished shooting the 5 arrows. Director Song, please announce the result of the competition. Yunsheng blinked her eyes at Director Song. She didn't miss the surprise in Director Song's eyes. The others might not have sensed it, but Director Song was very close to the target. When Yunsheng shot the last arrow, he clearly saw that when the arrow hit the target, the other 4 arrows that were originally stuck on the target exploded. The arrows fell to the ground. No one noticed that the 4 arrows that Princess Donghuang shot earlier had already exploded into dust. It was also because of the strange power contained in those 4 arrows that caused the other arrows to fall to the ground. Earlier on, Dong Huangsheng was like a child. She had randomly shot 4 arrows at the 4 corners of the target. These 4 corners subtly included all the arrows on the target. Was it intentional, or was it Princess Dong Huangsheng she had already prepared? Director Song remained calm on the surface, but his heart was raging like a raging storm. What kind of power was it that could be stored in the body of an arrow and explode at a fixed time?
Qi?
Magic power? None of them. Didn't they say that this princess from the Donghuang dynasty was a good-for-nothing? Or was it that she was hiding some terrifying technique? No one would have guessed that what Yunsheng used just now was the power of the Yen family's soul-healing godly needle. Yunsheng didn't have any magic power now, but she still had the technique that was passed down in her family. At the moment when she shot the arrow, she had already hidden the power of the dark needle in the arrow. The purpose of the last arrow was to activate the power of the dark needle in the previous 4 arrows, causing the other arrows to fall to the ground. However, compared to guessing what technique Princess Donghuang used, there was an even more troublesome matter that Director Song had to worry about. That was, how exactly should this competition be judged? On the entire target, there was only 1 arrow. Logically speaking, it seemed that everyone's score was 0 points, and only Princess Donghuang's score was 10 points. Donghuang Sheng, what is this? The competition is over, and you caused everyone's arrows to fall to the ground. How is Director Song going to judge the result? Qing Chong was the first to lose her cool. Earlier on, Director Song had requested that the arrows not be pulled out, and everyone's scores had yet to be recorded. His original intention was to increase the difficulty of the competition so that the final result would be clear. However, who knew that in the end, there was only 1 arrow left? Qing Chong was unconvinced, very unconvinced. In this competition, she was supposed to be the winner, but because of Donghuang Sheng's interference, everything changed. Although she also found it inconceivable that Donghuang Sheng, this good-for-nothing, was able to cause all their arrows to fall to the ground. Was it a coincidence, or was it her meticulous plan? However, other than the Rui Bao, everyone used the same arrows, and the target was also the same. The Rui Bao had also been checked by Director Song earlier on, and there was nothing wrong with it. Haha, secondary consort Qing, it's not up to you to decide whether you can judge or not. Director Song is the judge, and the final result is naturally up to him. Yunsheng smiled and looked at Director Song. Princess Donghuang is right. I have already come to a conclusion. According to the rules before the competition, the winner of this competition is Princess Donghuang. As for the last place, Director Song's gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on young Mistress Qing. The last place is young Mistress Qing. Everyone's arrows were all off target, and there shouldn't be a winner. However, considering that everyone's arrows were off target during the competition, only young Mistress Qing's arrow was off target during the competition. Therefore, young Mistress Qing lost this competition. As soon as Director Song finished speaking, young Mistress Qing was so frightened that she fell to the ground with a plop. This is not fair. My score is obviously higher than Princess Donghuang. Young Mistress Qing's face was pale. Does anyone else have any objections to this result? Director Song looked around. Director Song spoke, and the result was obvious. At this moment, no one dared to have any objections. The later Qin emperors, Duge Sheng and Duge Xiao, were equally indifferent. Qing Meng and Qing Chong's faces were also pale, and they looked at Qing Empress pleadingly. Young Mistress Qing was from the Qing mansion, and today's competition was personally proposed by Qing Empress. She originally wanted to use this opportunity to attack Donghuang Sheng. Even if she couldn't get rid of Donghuang Sheng, she would at least make her lose face. However, in the end, young Mistress Qing became the scapegoat. If Qing Empress didn't do anything about it, she would lose face in the future. Your Majesty, Qing Empress just opened her mouth. Later Qin Emperor Dugu Sheng also had a headache. How could he not see that today's competition was Qing Empress's way of showing her power to her future daughter-in-law, Princess Donghuang? He didn't interfere earlier because he wanted to test Princess Donghuang and see if she could handle it. He was very satisfied with Donghuang Sheng's performance. Empress, the winner has been decided. I can't change the rules of the Azalea banquet without permission. The winner today is Princess Donghuang, so young Mistress Qing's life and death will be decided by Princess Donghuang. Duge Sheng rubbed his temples. Qing Empress gritted her teeth and cursed Duge Sheng in her heart. This bastard wants me to beg Donghuang Sheng. Qing Empress said reluctantly, Princess, for my sake, can you let young Mistress Qing go this time? You should know that in terms of seniority, she is your future cousin-in-law. Chapter 890. Cousin-in-law. Yunsheng spat twice in her heart. Who wants to be her? I would rather have a godlike enemy than a pig-like relative. This group of later Qin women, saying that women are not inferior to men, each and every one of them can shoot a willow leaf from 100 paces away, like an invincible archer. None of them really understood the purpose of Director Song's rule. Although it was a competition of archery, it was actually a competition of brains. This Qing Empress was even funnier. Since the beginning of the Azalea banquet, she had been opposing her, but now she used the title of cousin-in-law. Haha, if she really gave in, she would not be Yunsheng. Empress, I only have one question. If the person who lost today was me, would anyone still plead for me? Others bullied and humiliated me. If I endured it, who would put Donghuang in my eyes in the future? Since I am the princess of Donghuang, I represent the Donghuang dynasty. In the Donghuang dynasty, if you agree to a bet, you have to accept defeat. If a prince breaks the law, he will be punished the same as a commoner. Yunsheng's eyes were slightly cold, but her words had already determined the life and death of young Madame Qing. At this moment, this plain-clothed woman was no longer as indifferent as before. Her jade-like face was clear and beautiful, like an unsheathed sword, showing off its sharp edge. How could she be so domineering? Later Qing ministers, even Dugusheng and Qing Empress, could not help but slightly change their expression. Her words were clear enough. Sparing young Madame Qing was tantamount to insulting the Donghuang dynasty. The Donghuang dynasty had declined, but it was the only legitimate imperial family on the continent. Weighing the pros and cons, later Qin Emperor Dugusheng waved his hand, and two guards pulled young Madame Qing up. Husband, save me. Sister-in-law, save me. Empress. Young Madame Qing's shrill cry echoed in the Taiyang Palace. No one in the Qing mansion dared to speak, and could only watch young Madame Qing's voice go further and further away until it completely disappeared. I'm not feeling well. I'll take my leave first. Qing Empress pulled a long face, got up in disappointment, and left the banquet early with the excuse that she was not feeling well. Qing Meng looked like he had lost his soul. Qing Chong's eyes were red. Only Duguxiu seemed to be in a good mood. In today's competition, those people who looked down on Dong Huangsheng earlier were all scared witless. After the Azalea banquet ended, Duguxiu stayed behind to discuss some important matters with Director Song. Yunsheng and the others took the carriage back to the Crown Prince residence. Inside the Taiyang Palace, the azaleas bloomed dazzlingly. In that medicinal field, there was another patch of bright red fertile soil. Thank you so much for your help just now, Master, Dugusheng said respectfully to Director Song. Dugusheng had already made arrangements for today's azalea banquet. He knew that since Qing Meng's right hand was crippled by him, his mother would definitely seek revenge for Qing Mansion. He was the one who injured her, but Imperial Mother would definitely put the blame on Yunsheng. Therefore, he had already asked his master, Director Song, to step in so that he could help Yunsheng at the crucial moment. Director Song was also a little surprised at first. Duguxiu had been learning martial arts from him for many years, but he had never asked him for help. Only this time he asked for help because of a woman. As his master, he naturally couldn't reject him. However, on the other hand, he was also very curious about what kind of woman could make Duguxiu fall in love with her. When Director Song first saw Dong Huangsheng, he only had an impression of her appearance. However, that was only her appearance. Her beauty was only for a moment. However, the conversation that followed made Director Song realize that Dong Huangsheng was different from others. This princess from the eastern capital was not only brave, but she also said some shocking things from time to time. In the Azalea banquet, Dong Huangsheng's amazing arrow shocked Director Song even more. Xiu'er, you thanked the wrong person this time. I originally wanted to help Princess Dong Huang in this archery competition, but in the end, the princess's arrow had nothing to do with me. A rare smile appeared on Director Song's usually expressionless face. Only in front of his most valued disciple would he reveal such an expression. Master? You weren't the one who helped me with the last arrow? From Director Song's appearance in the herb field to his appearance in the middle of the competition, as well as him volunteering to be the judge, Duguxiu had already discussed all of these with Director Song. He even told Director Song that he would use his battle energy to help Yunsheng turn the tables at the last moment. Xiu'er, I have watched you grow up, and I know you even better than your parents. Let me ask you, How much do you know about this Dong Huangsheng? Director Song looked at Duguxiu. Duguxiu hesitated for a moment, then said, Master, I don't dare to hide anything from you. She is not Princess Dong Huang. She is the granddaughter of Yun Ba from Zhou State's Yun residence, Yun Sheng.
What?
You are muddle-headed. Do you know how big of a commotion Yun Sheng has caused in the continent recently? When Director Song heard Yun Sheng's name, his gaze changed, as if he had seen a scourge. Recently, in the Wuxia continent, the most earth-shattering matter was none other than the internal strife in Zhou State. Zhou State's Bai Mingwang rebelled and forced the emperor of Zhou State, Yi Qingtian, to abdicate. Using the country as a betrothal gift, he swore to marry Yun Sheng. In the continent, Yun Sheng had long been viewed as a femme fatale, a foxy woman who would cause chaos in the imperial court. However, ever since she was divorced before marriage, Yun Sheng never appeared in the continent again. However, how would Director Song know that this femme fatale, Yun Sheng, who was the subject of much discussion in the continent, was actually hiding in the crown prince's residence in Later Qin? This act of hiding a mistress in a golden house really caught Director Song off guard. Master, I like her. 5 years ago, I already liked her. I have placed yearning for her in my dreams. She will never leave me in this lifetime. Besides, her magic power has already been trapped by my Qilin battle aura. It's impossible for Yi Baiming to know that she's in Ho Qin. Duguxiu also knew about this matter. What he did was against common sense, but he still did it. Moreover, he didn't regret it at all. You actually placed yearning for her in my dreams. You are too muddle-headed. So she was Yun Sheng. No wonder her archery skills were so tricky and strange. Follow me. Director Song sighed. He had been young before, so how could he not know that the word love was the most misleading? Director Song brought Duguxiu to the archery target that was used in the previous competition. As soon as the competition ended, Director Song ordered someone to bring down the target. No outsiders were allowed to look at it. Director Song exerted force with his 10 fingers, and the thick beast skin on the target was torn apart. What made Duguxiu shocked was that the inside of the thick and heavy target was already very loose. With just a pinch, the target would break apart. Even I, as your master, am unable to tell what technique Yun Sheng used. However, the strength of Yun Sheng's arrow was so great that it broke the entire target. However, she was able to make the target look as if nothing had happened. His control over his strength was exquisite beyond compare. If her ability to control magic has also reached such a realm, then Dong Huangsheng could be said to be the #1 person in the boundless continent in the past few thousand years when it came to magic, Director Song said in a deep voice. Warning, the foxy man is about to make his appearance. Chapter 891. There were many mages and warriors in the boundless continent. Most people would think that the higher one's magic realm or martial realm was because they possessed more magic power. But in reality, that wasn't the case. The Bakra orcs had discovered a secret earlier than the humans. The true strength of magicians and warriors lies in the degree to which they can use magic power and fighting aura. Even if they were both magic realm and martial realm experts, if they could use magic power better, it meant that they could fight to the last moment. Curator Song had good eyesight. He was the senior brother of the Black Qilin tribe's leader, He Yao, and also came from the Beast God Altar. He had fought countless bloody battles in his life. Even though he had only met Yun Sheng once, he could acutely sense that Yun Sheng had potential that others couldn't compare to. Even Yun Sheng herself didn't realize this. Curator Song had hidden in the boundless continent for many years. On one hand, he wanted to nurture Duguxiu. On the other hand, he wanted to secretly observe the situation in the boundless continent. All these years, Curator Song had been secretly paying attention to the experts in the boundless continent. In his opinion, the boundless world had indeed produced some extraordinary talents in the past few years, but there was nothing special about them, and they were very limited. In terms of magic, Even Xia Wenxiu from the Temple of Dharma and Lu Tongtian from the mainland's magic elite camp would be able to defeat these people without the restriction of the heavenly blood seal as long as the younger generation of the tribe completed the beast god's baptism. In terms of magic, the 8 Desolation tribe had Green, Z, and the others. In terms of warriors, the Black Qilin tribe was the leader. But in these few years, the continent had changed. In terms of warriors, the old and new martial emperors, Yun Ba and Yi Baiming, had appeared out of nowhere. Yi Baiming was still all right. He had the Qilin bloodline and was favored by He Linlin. He would return to the 8 Desolation tribe sooner or later. But at this moment, Yun Xing appeared. Her appearance caused Yi Baiming to reject He Linlin. If Yi Baiming insisted on his opinion, he would definitely break off relations with the Black Qilin tribe. At that time, the 8 Desolation tribe would have another great enemy. Furthermore, judging from the situation at the Azalea banquet today, Yun Sheng was as quiet as a virgin and as agile as a fleeing rabbit. If she did not make a sound, she would be like a noble princess. But once she was angered, she would be like a dangerous cheetah, ready to tear apart her opponent's throat and suck their blood. Master, you don't have to worry about this. Her magic has been controlled by this disciple's Qilin Do Qi. She will submit to this disciple, and this disciple will not let her obstruct Master and Patriarch's grand plan. This was the first time Duge Xiu had heard his master use such a tone to evaluate someone. He had also caught the killing intent that had flashed through Curator Song's eyes. Subconsciously, Duge Xiu wanted to protect Yun Sheng. Then you should be even more cautious. Xiu, let me give you a word of advice. This person called Dong Huang Sheng, either you let her be under your control forever or you destroy her as soon as possible. Otherwise, one day, she will become your greatest inner demon. Don't let down Patriarch's expectations of you. Curator Song patted Duge Xiu's shoulder. Master, please don't worry. Right now, this disciple is more worried about Zhou's state. Recently, Zhou's state seems to be too peaceful. Duge Xiu had only found out from He Linlin that Yi Baiming was actually He Yao's flesh and blood. However, unlike him, Yi Baiming's experience was even more bumpy than his. He lived in the cold palace and had been blind since young. However, even in such an environment, Yi Baiming was still able to grow to such a level. It could be said that Yi Baiming was even more unfathomable than Duge Xiu. I'm afraid things are not going well for Zhou's state. Yi Baiming is much more difficult to deal with than you, and I thought. Linlin just sent this letter over this morning. Curator Song handed a letter to Duge Xiu. After Duge Xiu finished reading the letter, his face turned gloomy. He suddenly tightened his grip, and the letter cracked into pieces. Yi Baiming was indeed making a move. A few days ago, when Yun Sheng first entered the Crown Prince's residence, the Crown Prince's residence experienced a conflict between women. This conflict ended with Yun Sheng's complete victory. At this moment, Zhou's state was experiencing a rebellion that would change the face of the boundless world in the future. The process of this rebellion was beyond everyone's expectations. With the country as the betrothal gift, he swore to marry Yun Sheng. Yi Baiming, that rebellious and unfilial son, actually dared to spout such arrogant words. Men, immediately order people to capture Yi Baiming. When the Emperor of Zhou State heard those words, he was so angry that he nearly fell off his dragon throne. That night, he ordered the entire palace to be under martial law and ordered the Marquis of Jiyuan to lead a group of soldiers to search for Yi Baiming's whereabouts. However, in just one night, Yi Baiming, Chengbai, Bu Jiuxiao, and the rest also disappeared. Along with them, hundreds of warriors from Wushuan Limitless School and the Imperial Guards from Zhou State's palace also disappeared. Along with them, hundreds of millions of purple gold coins from Zhou State's treasury also disappeared. On the second day, all the shops in Yujing City, including the rice and sundry shops, were closed. Faced with this sudden change, the citizens of Yujing City fell into a state of panic. What exactly is going on? The Emperor of Zhou State roared in the imperial court. After learning that Yi Baiming was going to betray him, the Emperor of Zhou State anxiously went to court. He realized that the imperial court was much emptier than usual. When he took a closer look, he saw that the people left behind were all civil officials. Aside from the Marquis of Jiyuan, the other military officials of Zhou state seemed to have evaporated overnight. The civil officials who usually liked to argue didn't dare to say anything at this moment. The old officials, led by Chen Ge, only shrunk their necks. No one knew how to answer. Chen Ge shook his head inwardly and sighed. Although he didn't have much of a relationship with Yunba, that old fellow's influence among the military officials was far greater than what the emperor of Zhou state had imagined. 50% of the generals of Zhou state were Yunba's former subordinates, while the other 40% were from Wuxia Limitless School. This time, the emperor of Zhou state had stubbornly insisted on forcing Lord Baiming to break off the marriage. How could he have known that he had angered both Lord Baiming and that old fellow Yunba at the same time? Those military officials had either retired and returned to their hometowns or stayed at home sick. With the loss of the military officials, half of Zhou state's border defense was undoubtedly destroyed. Needless to say, the current Yujing city was also in a mess. Your Majesty, the prices of Yujing city have skyrocketed. The supply of food, oil, salt, and clothing has all been cut off. It seems like someone has joined forces with the Limitless Chamber of Commerce to collectively boycott the supply of Yujing city. The official from the Ministry of Revenue wiped off his cold sweat. Cut off the supply? Then why aren't you investigating? Investigate from house to house. We don't believe that the entire Yujing city's food, oil, and salt can disappear overnight. Ever since the emperor of Zhou state, Yiqing Tian, ascended the throne, he had never encountered such a situation. It was all because of that vile spawn, Yi Baiming. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.